to the 2026 iQFOiL European Championships. And here we are in Portimão in Portugal for day number 4, getting ahead, underway, and we have wind out on the waters. We have all the riders starting to make their way out onto the water now. We are in an absolutely dreamy location. We had the Under-23 World Championships here last year, and now we have the 2026 Senior European Championships. And it's windy. It is windy. Let's have a look a little bit more about this destination in Portugal. So far in this competition, as all these riders are making their way out onto the water. So we're on day number 4 of the European Championships. It's pretty windy and we've already had 3 days underway. Day 1 was a pretty good one. Let's have a look at the highlights.
Welcome to the 2026 iQFOiL European Championships in Portimão. The event's turnout? Over 190 competitors from 42 countries.
Always great to have all the countries, the best riders, like everybody, like such a good vibe.
I'm pretty excited. It's cool to be on the start line again at a European Championship.
That is going to be a great event. Portimão is always a windy place, so I'll bet we get many races.
I'm very excited for this event. I think all the girls, there is a really high level.
I mean, once you're at the start, you're fighting to win the race and hopefully the event.
Probably top 20, top 30 can all have a chance to win a medal.
Let's see if the work of the winter was good.
There are many non-European countries represented as well. A truly global fleet.
Yeah, here to get some good practice in, and with all the big dogs in the fleet and lots of numbers on the start line, so super excited.
Conditions were splendid on day 1, so let's go straight into it. Course races were completed. In terms of results, it's still early days. Taking the lead, however, in the women is Tamar Steinberg.
My day overall I think was pretty good. I managed to win 2 races. Yeah, feels good. Just hope for the next days that they will be good.
In the men's fleet, taking 3 wins and a 2nd place, Finn Hawkins.
Yeah, I had an amazing day today. I got 3 firsts and a 2nd. It was literally champagne sailing out there. Couldn't have been any nicer, windy, sunny. Race committee did a great job of getting the races done. And yeah, I'm pretty buzzing. I'll just try and keep my head screwed on, do what I do, start well, make good decisions, and hopefully stay at the front.
What a way to open a championship. We'll see you for more racing tomorrow.
As we saw, we have many people from all around the world in this competition. It is the European Championships, but as the level is so high here, we have a big international scene here in this competition. We saw some of those riders actually had it last year. They were competing in that under-23 World Championships and now competing here in the Senior European Championships. The level is so high. A lot of these riders has been spending a lot of time here prior to the start of this competition, 2-3 weeks even before. But that is just because this is such a dreamy location. You know, we heard from Tuva there, the wind does blow, and it's certainly blowing today. I mean, to me, and probably to you guys, it looks like it's absolutely nuking out there. However, the wind currently is around 12 to 15 knots. That was the latest update on the course. Possibly it's picked up a bit, but also I think why it's looking so nuking out there is because the water state is quite big. There's a fair few waves out there. All these riders are going to have to think about that, how they can use their technique to benefit that kind of... Yeah, all good. That type of racing here in Portimão. It's big, it's windy, and it's looking like it's quite gusty and shifty, which is going to make for some very tactical racing out here. As we said, a lot of these riders have been spending a lot of time here. Some, of course, more than others. Some have been here 2 or 3 weeks before, then maybe went back home for a little bit of a rest, then straight back out here. But you know, the whole year so far, this is the biggest event of the year so far for a lot of these riders. The European Championships, the Continental Championships, we have the Asian Championships at the end of the year, and we also have the World Championships in September. But now is now, and the European Championships is now, and the wind is blowing out now as well. In the women, we are at 75 entries, and in the men we have 117 racing it out here in Portimão for the European Championships. Big number of races out here. So we have split into 2 groups for the course racing that we are doing here today, gold and silver. So from those first 3 days, yesterday we didn't quite have the wind, so we had a little bit of a day off yesterday. But those 2 days were full power. We got a lot of racing in there. And now, from those days, from those results that all these riders have got, we have moved into gold and silver groups. So that means that the top half has split from the bottom half. You know, that 50% is the top 50% racing with each other, and the bottom 50% racing with each other. Today, we are going to be concentrating on the men and women's gold fleet, and it looks like we have flags up on the boat. It looks like I can see a yellow flag up on the boat and that red flag, so we'll be going for the course racing, and we are probably inside of that last minute. I think we are definitely inside of that last minute now, as we have that singular yellow flag up on the boat. We have the orange flag, we have the light system too, which is new, we'll come on to a little bit later, and we have all those riders, all 59 riders within this men's gold group, starting to power on, starting to sheet in their sails, and starting to speed up, possibly getting onto the foil as we get closer and closer to that start. The yellow flag is up. We are inside that last minute. We're probably around 10 seconds to go, and we are on for the first start here on day number 4 of the 2026 European Championships. What a start. All absolutely on the money there. A banging start, all so close together. You know, it's still windy, it's big seas, but every one of these riders, of these 59 in this men's gold group, are pumping as hard as they can just to make sure that they can keep their height, keep their lane, and keep that clean wind up that top end. We did see Netherlands 9, a rider just punching out there, having a very good start there. Kieran Badlow, that was. Poland won. Also on the bottom, decided to go for that pin, and that is Pavel Tarnowski, Slovenia 31, having a good race so far as well. That is Val Erzen, under 23 rider, but no, he is in the seniors. He's showing what he is worth here, and Italy 155. What a shot this is. Leonardo Tomasini, a very, very well established rider, both in the under 23s and also in the youth on multiple podiums, multiple international podiums. But Kieran Badlow, Netherlands 9 on our screens, possibly having one of the best starts out of this group. That is the 2020 gold medalist on the previous equipment. Now is doing certainly good again in this race so far. Big tack there from Val Erzen, just tacking on that swell. The swell is quite big. This is actually a great shot to see what those conditions are like out on the water. Off in that right side of our screens, we have a French rider. I think that is GBR 19 as well on our screens. That is Finn Hawkins. He's having a good competition so far. I think he came into today in 4th position. Yes, correct. He's in 4th position so far, so hopefully he'll be having a good race within this as well. Nicola Renner going for his tack there. Italy 150. Pavel maybe not quite having the tack he was hoping for there, but it is very hard. I mean, still straight back up on the foil. No messing around at all. These riders are right at the... Oh! Gosh, I hope they're okay on the right side of the screen. There was a bit of a wipe out there, a bit of a port starboard. I hope they are okay. France 152. What wicked shot here. Absolutely shredding on our screens at the minute. Whoa, Tom Arnaud is getting close and personal. Tom Arnaud having a good competition last year at the Worlds. If I remember correctly, he was the vice world champion at last year's competition. Yes, he was indeed the 2025 vice world champion. Currently today, Tom Arnaud in the competition so far, having a good competition so far as well. Tom Arnaud, let's see where he is. He's in the top 10. He's in the top 10, 9th overall, and he is top French. So again, having a very good competition. Tom Arnaud deciding to go out onto the right side of the course, probably the most out of them all. But France 629, Louis Pignolet in that top position at the minute, followed by Nicolas Gorard. Duncan Monaghan also in there as well. Two French at the top, followed by 3 Brits. Duncan, Andy and Finn, then Yun, and then another French, Will McMillan, Thai rider, having a great race so far. He is speedy. He's a bit of a beast when it comes to wind. He is locked in and he goes fast. But along with every one of these other riders, you can see not much separating them at all within this race so far, but for sure a lot of those tactical decisions. Who had the best start? Nicolas Gorard on our screens at the minute. France 465. I think he had a good start and he looked like up in the ranking so far. If we draw a line directly on our screens, horizontally through our screens there, that's about the line of the of who's in the lead, because on the upwinds is where they have the most tactical decisions. You know, windsurfing, in sailing, you can't go directly towards the wind. The fastest point of sail is diagonally to the wind. So upwind, it will be diagonally up, and downwind, it will be diagonally down. But now they'll be going on their reach, crossing that top mark in first place is Nicolas Gorard, closely followed by Hong Kong 33, Louis Pignolet also in there, Duncan Monaghan having a good one, Andy Brown, Yun, look how close this top reach is, this top mark is, wow, look at that, holy moly, it is absolute carnage up that top end. A lot of them not quite making that ley line, but a lot of them are making that ley line, which has allowed those riders who have made that tight decision, allow them to overtake everyone who hasn't quite made it. Oh my gosh, Switzerland 63 as well, only just making that mark, but he certainly does. Oh, it's carnage up here. It is carnage, but luckily no crashes. Can be rounding that mark now and straight back to that top group. This group, you know, their ley line was absolutely on point. But what was really good about these riders here was that they were kind of in their own little pack. So they had cleaner wind. Oh, Andy Brown just showing his technique over these waves. How's his jibe? His jibe is nice and safe. A lot of distance downwind gained there. France 16 also in there. Ewan Puluquen having a great race. Where's his bid though? If I'm looking correctly, maybe it's come off. We'll see about that. But one thing what's really cool is that all these riders here get their own bibs, and they're very, very cool bibs from the organisers. A big iQFOiL European Championships in Portimão, that big logo on the front, and an epic graphic on there. You know, sometimes these bibs are, you know, some are better than others, of course, and I definitely say at this event, Lycra is pretty wicked. It's, you know, it's one that you'd use just round town, go for a little t-shirt, but it is absolutely cranking out here. France 16, Ewan having a good race at the minute, having a very good race, just, you know, flight controlling his foil at the minute. These riders are on the iQFOiL equipment, which is windsurfing. However, it's on a hydrofoil, meaning that these riders can get above the water, reducing their drag as only the foil is touching the water, and then can transform that less drag into more speed, into more angle, upwind or downwind, and overall better VMG. So there's not much else on the water, whether that's a boat, whether that's a kite, whether that's anything. There's not much that beats this class out here. This class is fast, around 20 knots upwind, you know, topping out at around 30 knots, more than 30 knots, you know, top speeds have been over 30 knots, probably in this wind, which is around 12 to 15 knots was the latest update, but the water is pretty wavy, as we can see. A lot of swell coming down in these waters in Portimão, which you know, adds another element that these riders have to think about. Flying over that water consistently on height. If you touch the board, you add drag, and then you can lose speed. Or if you go too high on the foil, that means that suddenly you just lose all lift from that foil as the water detaches from that front wing, and then you come falling down. But this is a great shot here, as we can see that it is pretty gusty out here, but also it is pretty cranking. I'm on the beach at the minute, and the wind is really blowing. But what we can also see, which is great, is that we have many spectators witnessing this action in this iQFOiL European Championships. So it's not just all of you who are tuning in at the minute. It is all of the spectators on the beach. So next time there's an event in Portimão, make sure you head on down. It's a perfect place for a holiday, but it's also a perfect place to get out on the water, get windsurfing, get iQFOiling, and witness this speed. Tom Ruvini going for a bit of a deeper line on our screens at the minute. We're definitely still on that top pack. Our first ride. Oh, that was very close, that cross there. I think that is Andy Brown up the top. He was on starboard there, so he did have right of way. Port and starboard is one of the most fundamental rules in sailing. There is the number one rule, which I'll go on to at the minute, but the second rule is port and starboard. So if you're going together, if you're on a collision course, there is a rule that prevents that. And the easiest way to think about that is if you are windsurfing, and if your left hand is forward, you are on port and you don't have right of way. So as we can see, all this top group at the minute, they have their left hand at the front, near that mast on the sail, so they don't have right of way. However, It's okay because we have no one on starboard at the minute, and as soon as they tack, they turn on to the other side. They have their right hand forward, meaning that they do have right of way. So that can add some more tactical decisions. So for example, at that first top mark that we saw, it was pretty hectic up there. All the riders who were coming in on their line have that right of way. The riders coming in on port with that left hand forward who were crossing that mark really closely, they didn't have that right of way. So that is something that all these riders have to think about. But it looks pretty tricky conditions out there. We can see our French rider on the left side of our screens. That could be Nicolas Goyard, a very, very well accomplished foiler windsurfer through his life. Again, multiple international podium winners. He's been at the top. He's got that gold spot a fair few times. Will he be able to get that gold spot again? He's in a good position for it. He did come into today in 7th place. France 465 is crossing that Upwind mark now. Nicolas Goyard in that first place position. Matthias Isaac just tacking out on that ley line there. It looked very close. Oh, it's all very close again. All these riders deciding to get that ley line. You know, they're not leaving any meters to spare at all. All of them are so close to that mark. Andy Brown in that second, Yun in third, and Louis in fourth. And finishing off that top 5 so far is Tom Ruveny. But that 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th place are all extremely close. We saw our red bib going through there. That is Gray Morris all the way from Australia. It's the European Championships, but he's still here because the level is so high. Level is so high at these European Championships, and all these international riders coming to this championships only raises the bar even more. We have Nicolas Goyard on our screens. He was the 2024 French Olympic representative with that yellow helmet, pretty swagging out. Oh, look at the jibe though. You know, that shows us that it's pretty tricky conditions out there. You know, the wind is pretty gusty and shifty. The water is quite wavy. It's far from flat, but you know, Nicolas Goyard is showing us an absolute masterclass. His skills on that foil are second to none, along with all these other riders. You know, in this race, Nicolas Goyard has just made some of the best tactical decisions, but also shown us his technique. He's got that back foot quite far out of that back strap at the minute, almost in the middle of the board, and that's just showing that, you know, the conditions are tricky. He's having to really work that foil, work the power in the sail, and work that board. You know, it's not only the sail that they are leaning off of, it's the whole system out here. It's the board, it's the foil, it is that sail. And one thing that these riders can do is adjust that sail, the shape of the sail on the move. We can see that white line on that sail, and that is part of the outhaul system. So he can let off that outhaul, and that means that the sail becomes a little bit deeper, effectively more powerful. And downwind, you want all the power you can get, so you can get further downwind. And further downwind he comes as he rounds that bottom gate in first place. He is held on to his lead, and he is going towards that finish line in first place by quite a good lead, very healthy lead. Or a little look back, where is he? He knows he is safe. All he has to do is just hold on to this lead. He is holding on to it. He is flying pretty safe on that foil, but he is still absolutely cranking. You know, there's no holding off here. That second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth are all very close, but what is not close is the leader at the minute. Nicolas Goyard, France 465, wins the first race for the men's gold fleet here on day number 4 of the 2026 European Championships. In second place, Andy Brown, GBR 360, finishing off that top 3, very close, Yun, and then Tom Ruveny, followed by Louis Pignolet, and finishing off that top 6, Matthias Isaac. Finn Hawkins in that 6th place position, then Gray in 7th place, no, in 8th place, sorry. Wearing that red bib, he did come in today in that 3rd place position. Will he be holding on to it? Maybe not having the race he was hoping for there, but look how close each and every one of these riders are, and look at these big bits of swell as well. It is pretty big out there now. The waves are big, the swell is big, and this is something that all these riders are going to really have to think about as this swell picks up, as the wind retains, and as the races carry on. Will McMillan crossing the line there, Pavel as well, Kieran Badlow, Johan, all of them crossing that finish line now. But what a first race we had here for this race number 1 on day number 4 for the men's gold fleet. Out here on this course area, we have the men and women gold. As this wind is quite nice at the minute. I mean, latest update was 12 to 15 knots. So we are on that course racing at the minute. We've got a big boat out there. That's our media boat, capturing the thrills, capturing the speed out here at this championship. So make sure you also check out the iQFOiL class website for all the latest results and latest updates also about this competition, future competitions, past competitions, and also check out the social media for updates throughout this competition, all the pictures, all the videos, all the interviews. But at the minute, this is the place to be. We are witnessing this European Championships exactly as it happens, and that top mark. Do you remember that top mark on that first top mark? That was exciting. That was really exciting as we saw all those riders going towards that mark in together. Yeah, that was so close, but it was the leaders that still managed to get out from the pack and establish their position all the way towards that finish, and in that top spot was Nicholas Goyard. We are now going to be going on to the women coming up. We have the red flag up on that boat, meaning that we are on the course racing at the minute. That is our committee boat. That is where all the races are organised, where the decisions are made. What course do we do? When do we have the starts? What is that countdown? And also where all the riders can see possibly who was over that start line for the slaloms, and also if there are any changes. So for example, if there's a change in course, if there is a change in timings, there may be an AP. But at the minute we have we're waiting for that orange flag to head up, so we have the warning signal to come. But here we have it, the women's gold group on our screens at the minute. Some really top girls within this group at the minute. This is the biggest competition so far of the iQFOiL class calendar. For the women, in our leading spot, we have Tamar Steinberg having a very good competition so far. Multiple first places to her name. She had a 4th, a 5th in there, and a 19th in there, and many firsts. She is on 9 points overall, 2 points to second place. In second place, we have Maja Gisler from Norway. Norway 21 in that second place position. Both top two are still under 23. That shows how good these girls are. Top in the under 23s, but also now top in the seniors. Last year in the competitions, they did so super well as well, and now we are going on to the other rankings as well. In third place, all the way from China, we have Zhen Yang. So again, another one of these riders who have come to this European Championships to really see where that level is out. This is, the level is almost as good as World Championships here. The level is just the same. This is where these riders all come to these competitions to see where they fit within this world rankings at the minute. Of course, we have the World Championships later on in the year in Weymouth, But at the minute, we have the European Championships, almost one of the biggest competitions as well of the year here in Portugal, Portimão. The sun is shining, the wind is blowing, and we have great conditions. Here on day number 4, the orange flag is up, and we are starting to get into sequence for the race coming up very, very soon. We just saw the first race of the day for the men's gold group. If you saw that, that was pretty exhilarating indeed. Course racing is awesome. We really see those tactics, that technique come out, especially in these gusty, windy, big sea stake conditions. So make sure you share this link. Tell all your friends, tell all the fans of these riders that this live stream is happening at the minute. Share that link to everyone so we can all share that stoke together. We're coming up to the countdown very, very soon. And we are back in the game for the women's gold group coming up very, very soon. We are on. We are certainly on for the women's gold group coming up for their first race here on day number 4 of the Portimão European Championships in 2026. A lot is on the line. We've had 2 days of racing so far. Yesterday didn't quite have the win, but now we have the win, now we have the waves, and now we have the racing. Course racing we are doing for the women's gold group coming up very, very soon in our line at the minute. We currently have a lot of riders starting to power up, starting to accelerate, and starting to prepare for their race. Not only were they preparing now, they were preparing minutes and hours and years before this moment. Here we are. That is our start down. A very, very close start indeed for these riders. It was absolutely cracking. Cyprus won. starting right at that boat end, but still all these riders are pumping so hard. France 18 in there, Mexico 28 riders from all around the world. Mariana from Mexico, Italy 4, that is Linda Oprandi in there as well. Down that bottom end, USA 178, if I can see that correctly, that is Bryn. Emma Victoria Milan, Estonia 127 in the middle of the pack there at the minute. One of the Chinese riders having a very good start in there as well, but it is all so close. Meta AFL Journey, Amy Bright also in there. Manon on our left side of our screens, China 8 also in there as well. It is so close. Look at that background. It is beautiful. What a great place for all these riders to race out here for their European Championships. This is their first race of the day, the Women's Gold Group, and this is getting ever closer to the end of the event. So their rankings, their results, they are pushing every single race. They want to have good races, you know. Of course, we do have those discards through the week after three races, after 7 races, after 11. But these riders want to make sure that they have just the best race every single time. They are pushing. Oh, big speedboat coming across there as well. A great start from USA 178, Bryn Muller on our screens at the minute. One of the Chinese riders just deciding to tack off straight away, along with Israel 2 and Linda Italy 4 deciding to tack off there, deciding maybe on that right side of the screen. But we did see that, if I did see correctly, all those riders decided to start on starboard. So maybe there is more wind out towards those cliffs. Look at these tacks though. They are so fast, so speedy. They are losing almost no ground through these tacks. Recently, you know, past year or two, we've been seeing those foil tacks become a huge factor in iQFOiL racing for all courses, really, all courses where they tack, because foiling through a tack can gain so much throughout the race. You lose almost no speed and gain so much distance from it compared to someone who maybe doesn't have a tack that is fully foiling or carry that speed around. Now, a lot of these riders can plane around the tacks, and that is, again, a super fast tack. You're carrying that speed all the way around. Again, though, as we said previously, when that board touches the water, they have a little bit more drag, because imagine there's just that foil in the water. When you add that board in the water, you have a lot more drag, so you lose that speed. However, if you're foiling throughout that tack, you gain so much. You gain that speed compared to the people who haven't quite have a foiling tack. But, you know, we're talking about foiling tacks here. Why it's going to be so hard to execute these foiling tacks in these conditions at the minute is because you can see that there are some big waves coming through here. We can see France 57 just going over that wave at the minute of Helena Noesmoen. It's pretty big. It's pretty big, and you know, when it's flat, these riders can really regulate that height on the foil pretty easily. The weight on that foil can stay very consistent, just to keep that height remained. However, when there's waves, when there's big swell coming through, they need to always keep changing that weight on the board, keep changing that weight on the foil to ensure that the height on the foil is kept consistent. The higher on the foil, the less drag there is, because there's the less stuff that's in the water. However, the lower on the foil, it's kind of more safe. We can call it more safe. However, possibly it's a little bit slower. So it's all about that balance. Probably in these big wavy conditions, in quite big winds as well. I mean, it looks big winds, but it's, well, latest update was 12 to 15 knots. So it's medium kind of winds at the minute. Medium kind of winds, but still they harnessing every single little bit of power from that wind and transforming that into speed as top 2 riders from China rounding that top mark in first and second, closely followed by our 2024 Olympic champion Marta Maggetti from Italy, Tuva Oppadale having a great race in fourth, and third V10 Harvey in fifth. Oh, it's so close again as we're seeing some riders not being able to just miss that ley line. You can see how close it is. It is meters. Israel 2, Daniela Peleg not quite having the best ley line there. Oh, gosh, holy moly, that was a bit of a catapult there. Hopefully they are okay. Poland 22. She's just pushing. She was pushing so hard and just finding that boundary of being pushing. You know, when they round that top mark, they're going upwind. They have that consistent power, but when they round that top mark, they sheet in and they have an absolutely tremendous amount of power go through that sail, go through that board and foil and through their bodies. That it is pretty impressive how these riders don't just all catapult and send it round the front. They are all working so hard, but you know, there's ways to, if you can go a little bit wider, that power, that increase in that mega push in power, that can be minimized a little bit as it's spaced out over a long time. However, if you want to go tight, if you want to get the shortest course possible, and you really sheet in and you really crank it round, sometimes, you know, you find that limit of power and you send it round the front like that rider, unfortunately. But I'm sure, hopefully, she'll be all right and straight back up on that foil and continuing her race. We are concentrating on that top group at the minute. Look at it on our screens. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, that kind of group at the minute. But it's looking like both top 2 riders from China at the minute, China 17 and China 37, has definitely established their lead within this race so far. Oh, it's pretty epic out there, if I do say so myself. It's pretty awesome out there. The wind is blowing, the waves are cranking, and this is some very exciting racing where we can see a lot of these riders putting in their tactical decision making. Where are they going to jibe? Because in this windward-leeward course, their fastest point of sail is diagonally to the wind. So they make their way out on the left, as we're seeing our top rider here, China 17 and China 37 closely behind. But she's got a fair few meters on here. A fair few meters indeed, 20 or 30 meters. But, you know, that kind of distance can be just thrown out the door. You know, that is really nothing. If there is a mistake, that you can be leading, you make a big mistake, and suddenly you are right down the rankings. So there is no letting off. There is no relaxing here for this Chinese rider in the lead at the minute, because second, third, fourth, fifth, the all rest of these riders, these 38 riders within this women's gold group at the minute are fighting. They are pushing. Which place can they get? Where's that next bit of gain to beat their competitor? How can they climb up those rankings? You know, we're getting ever closer to those medal races within that last 8, so they're pushing. They are going for that top 9 overall. They're pushing hard. They're pushing. And they are going for it. Second place on our screens at the minute, China 37, having a good race so far in that second place. In third, Hélène Noaz-Moen, also the French representative in the 2024 Olympics. She's come right back and she is shredding, absolutely pushing it. It looks like the wind possibly has let off a little bit. As we saw in the morning, it was around 12 to 15 knots. The local knowledge, the local forecast was saying that, yeah, the wind was probably dropping out through the day. Just a little bit. I mean, we still have, you know, we're still having these iQFOilers absolutely sending it up. We're in 17, 18, 19 knots of board speed here at the minute, and their VMG is right up there as well. Great tack from Tuva Oppedal there as well. Just a little bit of a touchdown, but straight back up on that foil. V having a good, maybe that's Stella actually. I couldn't quite see the Australian and New Zealand flags. Also, Sarah Renneker's in that 4th place at the minute, but still in the lead. It is those two Chinese riders having a great competition. Now, this is the European Championships, the 2026 iQFOiL European Championships. But as we see, we are seeing a big representation from lots of other countries from around the world. And here at the minute, we have the two Chinese riders absolutely shredding it, showing us that, you know, it's Euros, but they are showing that they have their place. They are making their mark. They are showing that, you know, all the other riders need to be a little bit scared for that World Championships coming up. And in that yellow bib, we can see on the right, coming into today, in that 1st place position for the women in 1st place was Tamar Steinberg, Israel 216. Now, we have lycras each day, a lycra ceremony where the top 3 riders receive coloured lycras. So as we can see at the minute, from China 17, they're wearing the normal bib, which is the white. But if you come in first, where we saw Tamar wearing that yellow, you wear the yellow bib. In 2nd, overall, in each day, wears the blue bib, and today that is Maya Gisler. In 3rd place, we have Zheng Yan, which is in 3rd place at the minute. So, when we see her rounding that top mark, we'll watch out for that red bib and showing us that she is in 3rd place. Good tack from China 17 there. Has she made it on the ley line? She's got a lot more, she went a lot further to her Chinese teammate there in that red bib, as we were just talking about. So maybe just playing it a little bit safe. She knows that she has still got this lead at the minute. She wants to make sure that she makes no mistakes at all. So her defense is perfect, and she makes that ley line absolutely easy. She's made off that uphill. She's let off that outhaul, and she is cranking round down on her downwind. Helene Noes Moran rounding that mark in 3rd place. 1st and 2nd having a big lead out here, actually. Big lead indeed. 1st, 2nd, 3rd all having quite a big lead, but here is our race leader at the minute. Look how far she's let off that outhaul. We can see at that clue at the left corner of that sail, there's a lot of rope. So that means that she has made that sail super deep to get as much power in it as possible and pull her downwind. And here we have the rest of these riders in the women's gold group coming towards that upwind mark now. Top 3, top 5 having quite a big gain to the rest of those riders. We did see that blue bib round there now. That was Maya Gisler. And straight back to our race leaders. They have such a lead within this race at the minute. They've done so well. They've made their decisions absolutely perfect. They showed us that they have the perfect technique over this race so far. China 17 and China 37 absolutely cranking out on this downwind. Look at this. These two riders, both teammates, absolutely sending it on the downwind. Still flying high on the foil. But as you can see, they're high on the foil. They're low on the foil just to maintain their speed, maintain their control over these big seas, these big waves coming down here in Portimão. And they're showing us that it is perfect. These masts, 95 centimeters long, the boards 95 centimeters wide, and the sails that they are using are 7.3 meters squared. The course at the minute, they're doing the windward leeward course, so after they finish their downwind here. They'll be going for one final reach. But China 37, in this angle, it's looking like she definitely has some great speed. She's going for her jibe now, closely followed by China 17, who has the best lay line here. It's going to be very close indeed. She's still pumping. She's trying to defend her lead at the minute, and it's looking like she's still got that healthy lead on second place there. And certainly on third place as well. She's pumping all the way, you know. She's in a comfortable first place position, but there's no slouching. There's no waiting around as she pumps all the way towards that bottom gate, rounding that mark in first place. Only a reach separating her between that race win. And now, she's cranked that outhaul back on. She's lengthened her line. She's leaning out. She's got her back foot out because these conditions are pretty tough. She's wearing the shades protecting her eyes. She's wearing the hats from the sun, and she crosses this line in first place. China 17, where is that finish line? It's coming up close, and there she is, crossing in first place, closely followed by her teammate China 37 in second place. Absolute masterclass from those riders there. Helene Noesmoen in third place overall. France 57 having a great race there. In the results so far, Helene is in 9th place, so a third place to her name there is probably going to boost her high up in those rankings. New Zealand 50 crossing that line now. She's got a camera above her head just filming those races. Maybe she can get some insights, review her races, some video analysis. A lot of those riders now finishing off that top 10 or so. That was Isla Watson coming towards that line there. Norway 21 having a good race in there as well. Maya Gisler, she did come into today in second. Maybe not quite the race she was hoping for there, but the level is through the roof here. We've got the press bro right on that finish, capturing those moments as these riders cross that line. Italy 157 crossing that line now as well. Marta Majetti, USA 178 crossing the line too. Brian Muller, Manon crossing there. Tamar in there. Mina, Czech. All the riders coming towards that finish line now. You know, that race was pretty long, but you can see even towards that finish line, sometimes it's less than meters that are meaning the difference between a place and not a place. The level is so high. You know, when we see these riders crossing this line so close together, that just shows us how high the level of this racing here, you know. It's so little differences. You know, one mistake can mean losing 20 places. You know, one big gain can mean gaining 20 places. But, you know, everyone is looking for that gain. No one is letting off a meter. No one is giving any room to anyone because they want to win. And we have the gold men now going for their next race. Finn Hawkins, GBR 19, Mateus Isaac, Brazil of 7, and all these riders starting to go quite down that pin end at USA 6, right close to that line. GBR 60, Sam Sills in there, Ritas Jazanas, Lithuania 7 in there. They're all now up on that foil. When is that start? How many seconds do we have to go? It's probably around 5. Oh, a big crash down that bottom end. Did you see that? Hopefully they are okay. And there we are. Away we go. Great start from Nicolas Goyard there, our previous race leader, France 465. But down that pin end, maybe that pin end was favoured actually, because they all wanted to go down that pin end, maybe trying to head out on that left side of the course where they're heading at the minute. Oh, I mean, in this view, it looks like there's a fair bit more wind in that distance. We can see maybe a little bit more wind because it is darker over there. The darker spots on the water mean there's a little bit more wind, and we can also see some white specks on the water. Those are tiny little waves that are blown over by the wind. And if those tiny waves are blown over by the wind, that shows that it is very windy, because that only happens when that is very windy. Oh, what a start this is, though. Nicola Renner, Italy, 150 on our screens in that middle at the minute. Turkish rider, can't quite make out the number. Maybe Arten, maybe Jarvit, having a good race there as well. "59 men within this gold group, racing it out at the minute. It is Nicola Renner having a very good start on that right side of the course. And here we have that left pack who decided to start on port. So they didn't have right of way, but still a great start. Gray Morris probably on that other side, and it was Jarvitz actually on who was that Turkish rider having a good start as well. France 53. Probably leading this pack out onto the right side of the screen. That is indeed Clement Bourgeois. Where is that ley line? We are doing the Windward-Leeward course at the minute with 2 laps. So it is a final reach towards that finish, but at the minute it's a upwind start. They're making their way out diagonally on these waters here in Portimão to that upwind mark. It's a long race, it is tactical race, and it is a exciting race as these riders are thinking that they possibly might be on that ley line or might be on, well, they're all starting to tack, so are they on that ley line or are they just wanting to go now out on that other side of course? Maybe there's not quite the wind, they've used that wind and now they're getting back into that wind. Gray Morris, again, having a good race. He did win here. Last year, we had the Under-23 World Championships. And Gray Morris, he caught the dub there. He did win that event last year. So he has some very good expertise, some very good knowledge within this location. You know, not only is he reigning Under-23 world champion, he is also the Olympic silver medalist from the 2024 Olympic Games. Now, you might think, oh, Gray Morris, he's from Australia, but it is the European Championships. However, you know, as we see also on our screens at the minute, China won. Can be, you know, we've got a very big international representation here, over 40 countries in this competition from all around the world. These riders from other places around the world, not in Europe, are probably here just to see where they establish themselves within their overall international ranking, because the level here is so high. We also have one of the American riders there, USA 6 on our screens at the minute. That is Noah Lyons having a good race at the minute. Also Aruba of Ethan Westra. But it is 3 riders from Europe at the minute leading out on this right side of the screen. If I think that is GBR19 of Finn Hawkins, if I can see that Polish number correctly. I think that might be Igor Lewinsky. And another French rider in that lead at the minute. A very attacking manoeuvre from Noah Lyons there in that yellow helmet. Is he in the lead at the minute? Let's see where this pack that went out onto the right side of the course established themselves in the race. Manolo Modena in that place at the minute. Oh, I think that's Yun Pulaquen in our lead in a minute. What a race he's having. Quite a substantial lead at the minute. I don't think he's quite on the ley line though. He is pumping so hard just to gain every little. Oh, big crash in the middle there. Hopefully they're alright. Maybe pushing just a little bit too hard on that tack. But look at the distance that Yun has just made there. He was so tight on that ley line, and it's still rounding that top mark was so tight, closely followed by Gray Morris, but 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th are all so close. Look at this race here at the minute. This is the moment that they all condense, all collide and round that mark all together. Tom Ruveny could be also in amongst of it there. Was that tie flag as well? Was that Will McMillan? Couldn't quite see, but here are our top 2 riders at the minute, and look at Gray Morris in that red bib. He did come into today in 3rd place overall, and go Gray Morris, because he has just taken the lead off of Yun. Gray has incredible speed down here. Yun Pulakwen in that second place at the minute. Maybe maybe not quite having the first bit of the downwind that he was hoping for, but still he is in that second place position pretty comfortably now. But all that will be going through his head at the minute is, how can I attack Gray now? How can I overtake him? How can I take back my lead? The lead is of Gray at the minute, but Yun is trying to take it back. A little bit of a synchronized jibe there. I think Yun just trying to attack as much as he can, but Gray doing an amazing job of defending his lead here at the minute. Wow, go Gray Morris. He has got the speed downwind, hasn't he? Look at the distance he's extended. Look at the lead that he's just maximized from himself downwind. He rounded that top mark in second place overall. But here at this bottom mark, it's looking like he is going to be cruising in first place. We are on the men's gold group here for the 2026 European Championships for iQFOiL in Portimão, Portugal, and we have got a prime day here for you. The wind is blowing. I'm on the beach at the minute, and it's pretty cranking, to be perfectly honest. I think it could be a little bit windier than it actually appears to be on our screens at the minute. Latest update earlier on was 12 to 15 knots. But, you know, you can have 12 to 15 knots in flat waters in 12 to 15 knots. You know, that's medium winds. You know, it's not too crazy. It's not much to you don't have to. It's definitely not survival mode. However, here you can see that the water is really big. A very wide mark rounding from Gray there, but it was in wide and out tight. It certainly was. That's a big phrase for out sailing, really. You want to go in wide and out tight of that gate, because then they leave no room for any other riders to squeeze in upwind and hopefully not roll them and take all their wind. Jörn has definitely had a good mark rounding there. He also came in wide and out tight. Maybe that Italian rider in the middle there having possibly the best mark rounding there, but look at it at the bottom. Absolute, it's hectic down there. It's hectic, and all these riders really have to think about where they position within these races. You know, we can see Gray Morris deciding to go out onto the left side of the course, but there are still mega battles at that mark rounding. Look at that mark rounding there. 3 all rounding right close together. Who can get that best mark rounding and come out as tight to that line as possible? Jörn has definitely got a good upwind here, though. You know, he lost that lead on that downwind to Gray, but you know, he's in a very, very fighting position here because Jörn is on starboard. Now remember, starboard with his right hand forward means that he is in the right of way. So when Gray tacks, he will have to give room to Jörn, who is on that far left of our screen. So that is going to be a very interesting moment. So let's keep our eyes peeled there. But also even further upwind, who's had a little bit more tight, gone for that angle upwind, is Noah Lyons. But I think, you know, Jörn and Noah are pretty close together. Now, what we do have to keep our eyes peeled on is Gray Morris. He certainly has huge speed out here. And again, Jörn has decided to tack exactly the same time as Gray Morris. Both of them having incredible tacks here at the minute. That was another thing that we were thinking about that foiling attack. These two riders needed to make sure that they had great tacks, and great tacks they did have. Gray Morris just touching down there from that really big wave, but nothing is stopping him. He's had a great upwind, that great tack, a great first boost on that port side, and he has done well. He's just got his uphill and he is leaning out, he is cranking, and he is making his way further towards that last upwind mark. This is our top 3 on our screens at the minute. It is Gray Morris from Australia. It is Yun Pulaquin from France. And it is Noah Lyons from the USA. The level here is just through the roof. Gray, our current under-23 world champion, Yun Pulaquin, is having a great race so far within this competition too. He did come into today. Into today. Let's have a look where he did come into today. Can't quite see, but he's having a very, very good competition at the minute. Talking to him yesterday through when we were looking at the boards yesterday, he was saying, you know, he's made a few mistakes, so he's really happy to come. Well, he must be absolutely ecstatic to come back into it in this top position at the minute. But I mean, we did say he's definitely not wearing that bib, so maybe he's just forgot it on today, unfortunately. But France 53 on the right side is making her way out on starboard. France 53. France 53. Australia 81 back to that top two on our screens at the minute. Gray Morris, still he is defending hard. He gained that lead on that downwind. He's going for the tack now. Oh, great tack from him there. Almost no speed loss there. Almost a foiling tack. Is probably as best as you can get of a foiling tack within these big wavy conditions. Great defending maneuver from him there, tacking exactly the same time as Yun and Noah there, right on their lines. So he is working it. He is in that same position, and he is still leading, crossing that upwind mark in first place. Go Gray Morris is on his last downwind. In second place, Yun Pulaquin. A great race from him here too. And in third place, Noah Lyons in third place, rounding that mark. Manolo Modena in that fourth place, having a great race. Kunbi in fifth. Tom Ruveny in sixth. Our 24 Olympic champion is having a great race so far here. Poland 777 on our screens there. That's Stas. Great race from him there. Dunks coming through that top mark now. Yoav Omer. Yes, Stas coming through there as well. And we can see, you know, after that first upwind, downwind, and then that upwind, it's a little bit more spaced out. You remember on that first upwind mark of the men, it was pretty hectic. It was so hectic up there. And now it's died down a little bit. But look, that is a great shot of our conditions and our race leader at the minute. It's pretty windy, it's pretty gusty and patchy coming down, meaning that these riders really have to make their head game perfect. They need to make the right decisions which side to go on the course, and someone who's making those decisions perfect is Gray Morris. Flying high on the foil in the top of the waves and flying low on the foil in the, well, the other way round, flying high on the foil on the top of the waves, in the bottom of the waves, and flying low on the top of the waves, because he is maintaining his height on that foil absolutely perfectly. He's leaning out from the equipment. He's got his arms out. He's got his legs out. His sun's out, guns out, because it is really warm here. It's great conditions out here in Portimão. It's really warm. It's around 25 degrees each and every day here in Portimão. It is just dreamy. So not only do we have wind, we have sun, and we have the warmth. I was just seeing Gray Morris is in the game at the minute. He's got his head in the game. He's looking, where is that bottom gate? Where is his ley line, and where is he going to jibe? It's looking close. Keeping on sheeting that sail. It's very interesting, as he's got an interesting technique of going downwind. He's not keeping that sail still. He's always sheeting in, sheeting out, trying to keep that power as best as possible and transforming that into speed downwind and angled downwind. How's his job? He's seen it. He's gone for a little bit of extra downwind leg there. Maybe his uphaul's come off a little bit. It's dangling around a little bit. But there is that gate. He's rounding in first place. And Gray Morris is on his final leg towards the finish, where he is in first place. Will he be able to catch it all the way to the finish? Let's see and find out. Towards the finish, Gray Morris comes, riding that wave, surfing that wave down, falling that wave down. He's giving us a kiss because he is happy. Let's give him a kiss back. Go, go, Gray Morris is one. That's the second race here on day number 4. And in second place, a great race from Yun there. He's not quite having the competition he was hoping for so far. He's in 33rd place, so overall, so crossing that line in Golfley in second place. He must be absolutely stoked with it. Noah Lyons in that third place. Manolo Modena also having a great race there. Tom Ruveny, Kunbi, Duncan Monaghan, Yoav Omar and Stas all coming towards the line. Great races from each and every one of these riders here. Top 10 all going towards that line. Switzerland 63. Great race from him there as well. Of Elia Colombo. Nicola Renner coming towards the line. Andy Brown, our 2025 world champion. Lithuania, Rytis Jazanas, Ethan Westra. New Zealand 13, Eli Lifting. France 3-1-2. Fabian Pianazza. And there we have it. Our winner of race number 4. Race number 2 of day number 4 of the 2026 iQFOiL European Championships is Gray Morris. He's got a bit of a new style here today. He's got the eyebrow slits. He's got a bit of a wicked beard on the go, and he's absolutely shredding. I think that's speed mode, and he's showing it because he just won the race there. And Yun in that second place, having a great race there as well. As we're heading out, straight back out to the women's gold group on now. And we are on again. We're seeing all these riders, like the previous race with the men's gold group and the previous 2 races as well. All these women in this gold fleet are deciding to start on starboard. So I think, as we saw, there is more wind close to those cliffs, so they're pushing as hard as they can. Again, there we have it. Mariana from Mexico deciding to start right up at that port end, along with Linda again. Jenny Roberts in there having a good start there, but down this pin end, it is Manon Pianazza. Every single one of these riders are pumping really hard off this start line to try and establish their lane, get that clean wind, and make sure that they don't get squeezed out, they don't get pinned, and their competitor doesn't force them out, maybe for attack and maybe into that dirty air, so they can maintain their speed. GBR 667, some great pumping there. She's leaning out, hooked into that harness, followed by Mariana in that place at the minute, starting right next to the boat with that Patrick sail. We have this iQFOiL class is an open discipline, so we have different manufacturers making this equipment with their logos on it. So for the sails here, we have the Severn sails, the majority of the sails at the minute. France 712 here, we saw that grey board, and that is the Patrick windsurfing board. Foils also Patrick make, and also so Patrick makes sail, makes everything. We also have the starboard and Severn equipment as well, as we're seeing Italy 157 on our screens at the minute of Marta Maggetti on that starboard board, starboard foil and starboard sail. She's got Luna Rossa sticker on her sail there, probably part of the team there. All these sponsors, and we have the Portimão stickers on these sails at the minute because we are in Portimão. We are in Portugal for the 2026 European Championships. Whoa. Danae, great start from her there, from Greece. Greece number 8, going for her tack. A pretty good tack there, maybe stopping just a little bit. A great tack again from France 57 there. Manon Pianazza, tacking in these conditions where the waves are really big is really tricky. That was a pretty close port starboard there. I think it was all good there. Marta Maggetti, really leaning out from that equipment. She's flying really high on that foil, just maximizing her little drag as possible, getting as little in the water so she can fly high and fly fast. Our current Olympic champion, she won. She got the gold medal in Paris 2024, and still she remains right at the top of everything that she does. In the women so far, Marta is in 10th place at the minute from the European Championships, so she's kind of on that cusp, thinking about that cusp for those final medal races at the last day of the competition. So for sure she'll be wanting to remain in that position, hopefully gain a bit as well. France 712 of Manon Pianazza, cranking it out onto the left side of the course at the minute. She's leaning out. She's holding onto that uphaul, getting that mast, that sail that they're holding, as upright as possible. Now, the further the sail is upright, the more wind that it catches. So that can transform into more speed and more angle upwind. However, in these conditions where it's pretty wavy, and also if it's super windy, if it's almost survival conditions sometimes where they're just trying to harness the power of the wind and minimize their, just have control, they can bring that sail a little bit further over so they reduce some of that power. And a great pumping stint from Marta here because she was on starboard, so she had the right of way there. A great pumping stint, and she is straight back onto that uphaul with no loss of technique at all there. It's looking like that left side of the course did in fact pay though. Emma crossing there as well, crossing that and putting in her tack. Where is Marta in there? She's in the middle. Where is that upwind mark? We still can't. There it is on the top right of our screens at the minute. The big yellow triangular prism mark. That is where that. Oh, one of those riders just going down on their tack at the minute. Oh, these riders are all really pushing on their tacks, and it is Shahar Tibi in that leading place at the minute. But on our screens, Pilar La Madrid having a good race so far at the minute. Italy 57, Medea Falcione right up in the mix there. And what attack, what a maneuver she has there as Medea rounds that top mark in first place, closely followed by Shahar Tibi and Pilar La Madrid. That top three all changing around. It is so close from all of these top 10 riders at the minute, and all the rest of the riders as well. There's Manon Pianazza, and there is Emma Wilson rounding that mark as well there. It's all so close within this windward-leeward racing. Marta Maggetti not quite making that lay line, so she's had to do a double tack. Italy 4, Linda crossing that line now. It is centimetres, absolutely centimetres that they are leaving to that mark. Just zero room. They're not letting anyone get in those gaps, and also they are minimising their course to the absolute minimum, minimising it to the max. Here's our top three at the minute. Israel 3, Shahar Tibi, a world champion, I think it was 23 back a few years ago. So again, Medea Falcioni as well. She is very, very well established on the youth and juniors. Multiple international podiums there. World champion as well. Under 19s, under 17s. You know, we have it all here. The level is so high within this iQFOiL European Championships here in 2026 in Portimão. And I think, you know, maybe the wind, we did say the wind had dropped off just a little bit. I think it's remained now. It maybe dropped off just a little bit, and now it is staying exactly as it is. It's staying pretty consistent of wind. However, over the course, there is big changes. So we saw probably over the left side of the course, there's a bit more wind. However, it's a bit more gusty. It's a bit more gusty and shifty because it's closer to that land, which disrupts that wind. However, outside on the other side, where we're looking in that distance at the minute, wind's probably a little bit more consistent as it's completely flat over there, where the water is just flat. Unlike their cliffs and stuff, however, it's probably a little bit less wind. So these riders are wanting to go out onto the cliff side so they catch that wind and transform that into speed over the course. And rounding this bottom gate, surfing on that wave, she's looking at that mark in wide and out tight yet again. She's pumping Shahar Tibi in that first place at the minute. Yeah, it is. Maybe they're not quite on the leaderboard at the minute, but it is Shahar in that 6th place. Well, came into today in 6th place, but now in a leading place. Pilar La Madrid in 2nd, gone for a little bit of a lower line, going for that speed. You know, upwinds and downwinds are all about that balance between speed or angle towards that upwind mark, because as we said, the fastest way towards that upwind mark is diagonally to the wind. So you can prioritize speed, but at the cost of angle. However, if you prioritize angle and do a shorter course, that is at the cost of speed. Now it's looking like Pilar is not quite getting that angle that Shahar is, but she has certainly got the speed. She has almost overtaken the Shahar in speed here at the minute. Well, certainly going a little bit faster, but she has gone a little bit lower. So it's about that balance. It's angle, it's plus speed, and from that we get velocity made good, which is VMG. And that's what we call the overall kind of speed through. That's the mix of. That's a combination of angle and speed. Who's got the better VMG overall? It's looking like Pilar is going for the speed. Will she come out on top from this speedy leg? Or will it be Shahar who's gone for the angle and the less distance throughout the course? And now they are in this gusty patch on the water. Who can get in that gust? Who can transform that raw power of the wind into VMG? Either speed or angle on this course. Now with a gust that comes down, as we saw Shahar just go through that gust at the minute, you again, like normal sailing, you can go try and make that into speed. You can get a gain in speed, or you can get a gain in height. Now these gusts coming down are pretty fruity. You know, it looks like they're pretty big gusts. So it's likely that these riders will transform that gust into a bit more angle, as they already have that speed throughout the course. Almost 20 knots of board speed here at the minute in these 12 to 15 knots of breeze. And here we have it. Here we have it. It is Maya Gisler. It looks like she has come straight back into the amongst of it there. Could it be her on the middle of our screens that we just saw earlier there? Or is it still Shahar Tibi who is in that lead at the minute? Is rail 3. It's all mixing round at the top though. Manon has come into it. Stella Bilger has come into it. Emma Wilson also come into that top 5 now. We did see Medea Falcioni round that top mark in third. No, in a top place. In that top place at the minute. It was very close between that top 3. Where will she be rounding at this top mark too? we'll have to see. We will have to see very, very soon. Top three on our screens. I think at the minute it is Pilar La Madrid cranking out onto the right side of the course. Where is that ley line? Where is that upwind mark? Spain 12. She's been doing loads of training at home in Cadiz. A lot of these riders have spent a lot of the winter over in Cadiz in the south of Spain for training. Pilar La Madrid has been doing that now, and it is showing that she has been training hard throughout her months, and also, you know, it's showing here as she is right at the top of her game. She represented Spain in the Olympics in Paris 2024, and she is still right at the top of her games going into the next quad. Well, we're halfway through the quad now, 2026, you know, 25, 26, 27, and the games in 28. So, you know, that is going to be in their minds as we get closer and closer towards those Olympic Games in 28. You know, they need to establish themselves. They need to show that they have what it takes to place in that Olympic Games. They have to be at the top of their country and also qualify their country. Now, maybe this competition is a big indicator for it. Probably won't, those selections won't start until next year. However, you know, if you're at the top now, you've got that head start and keep building throughout these competitions. But now it is 2026. Now it is the European Championships. And now we have the top 5 rounding that top mark. Oh, it was very close between that 3rd, 4th and 5th. Pilar La Madrid is actually taking the lead. Oh no, I think it's still Shahar Tibi who's in that lead at the minute. And there we have our race leader, Israel 3, on our screen at the minute. White bib, white helmet, cruising out, downwind, just trying to defend her lead at the minute. And there we are, straight back on the leaderboard and straight into attack at the bottom of one of those waves. Now, these waves can aid, but they can also knock. So they can knock in ways that, you know, these riders have to really maintain their height on this foil throughout these races. And that's a very hard thing. That's a very hard thing indeed. Now, the higher they are on the foil, the less drag they have. But these waves can actually also aid them because these waves are going in the direction of the wind. So as we see here, again, Shahar Tibi jibing on the top of one of those waves and allowing that wave to just push her down a little bit more so she gets a little bit more distance downwind and keeping that glide on her foil so she can round that bottom mark in first place and defend her lead. She's going into a bit of a gust here as those riders on the right of our screens are in that gust. Israel 3, Shahar Tibi rounding this bottom gate in first place. Oh no, she's going for an extra jibe as well. Maybe she was just hoping to stay in that gust. Do a little bit of a 1, 2, 3, 4 triple jibe. Downwind. Pilar La Madrid in second place. Maya Gisler in the amongst of it there. I can see her blue bib. Is she in third? She's either in third or fourth because Manon Pianazza is absolutely fighting for that third place to finish off the top 3. But look who is cruising. Look who has distance. And look who has expertly raced this one here on day number 4. Their second course race of the day is Shahar Tibi. She's looking at the drone and she's looking at where her next jibe is, and there it is, still at the top of one of those waves, allowing that wave just to push her down a little bit more and keep her glide. And now she is on her reach. She is cranking out. She is just wanting to defend, but there is no waiting around. There is no relaxing because Pilar La Madrid is in that second place, and we saw that she has the speed, so she's going to be attacking, she's going to be cranking, but it is Shahar Tibi with a little bit of a touchdown there, but she is still staying safe all the way towards that finish line. Oh, we're getting very close here indeed, and she is happy that she is rounding that mark in first place as she crosses the finish line in first place for race number 2 here on day number 4 for the Gold Women. Pilar La Madrid crossing in second place. Spain 12 corker of a race from her there. She did come into today in 5th place overall, so a second will be boosting her up. Manon Pianazza, a great race from her there as well. Medea coming across the line, all very, very good races from each and every one of these riders, whether it's a top 5 or one of the riders just going down there, just a little bit of a touchdown from one of those waves, and that is just showing us how hard it is. You know, these riders here are just, they're making it look easy because they are flying high on those foils. They are really leaning out. They are showing us that they have perfect technique. But you know, it's really hard out there. These waves are really adding some hardship to these riders. They're always having to think, not only, you know, think about where to go on these courses, but also how to maintain that height on the foil as the rest of those riders cross that line for their second race of the Women's Gold Fleet here in Portimão, Portugal, for the European Championships. It was Shahar Tibi in 1st place overall, the winner. In 2nd place, Pilar Lamadrid from Spain, Manon Pianazza from France in 3rd, Mike Gisler from Norway in 4th, and finishing off that top 5 from Italy, it was Medea Falcione. Here we are, already in the sequence for their next race. The men's gold are up next. This is the 11th race, the 11th course race here in this competition. Oh, 3rd race of the day coming up. And we are on yet again for the race number 11, the course race for the men's gold group. Coming up on our screens at the minute, we are probably in the last, well, we're definitely in probably last 10 seconds, 20 seconds, something like this, as the countdown is coming on. Who is going to be rounding that mark in the best place possible? It is looking like Robert is in the boat end, but a big pack down that pin end. Ooh, one of those British riders has definitely punched out from the pack there. Hopefully, oh gosh, holy moly, one of them just, yeah, wiping out on that pin end. I really hope they're okay. But look at the rest of those riders, absolutely cranking. They are working that equipment so hard. Rita's Jazanas on our screens at the minute, putting in some big pumps, leading that side out onto the right side of the course. Whoa, and they're going round that gate as well, getting in amongst of it all. Oh, big split already. A lot of these riders deciding to tack out fairly swiftly indeed. Racers Jazanas, what a cruise from him here. He represented Lithuania in the 2024 Olympic Games. He's doing very well in this competition. He's having a good one. And he's having a good race within this. He had a great start within this race as well. He is coming in today in 29th position. Maybe not quite the one that he was hoping for, but he is doing everything he possibly can. You know, made Gold Fleet, you know, as every one of these riders, you know, whether it's at the top, who came in today, for example, Luke van Opsieland, leading today, or whether it's right down at that cutoff point. You know, Rita's here at the minute is in 30, came into today in 29th position overall, and he's having a good start. So will he be able to climb up the rankings more? And going over to Denmark, 37. That is Johan So, having a good race so far on that full Patrick equipment. He recently, he's very well established rider as well. He is in second place overall within this competition as he is wearing that blue bib. We just saw a post recently because he was absolutely dominating on the Slalom windsurfing tour, the PWA, but now we just saw that he is concentrating purely on iQFOiL towards the 2028 Olympic Games, and it is showing that he's really concentrating on it. He's having a great competition so far, and he's having a great race as well, as he's probably within that top 3 within the race at the minute. It's really hard to see who is overall in the leads at the minute because they've all split off from the pack, and that is what's so exciting. What is so interesting about this course racing is that each one of these riders can decide to take different routes up on this course towards that upwind mark. Maybe one of them decides to look, maybe there's more wind. We're seeing Sam Seals here looking around, constantly surveying what his next move is, whether he was looking at the wind, whether he was looking at his opponents, and he's just thinking, where is that ley line now? Where do I tag to ensure that I can cross that mark as high position as possible? It is Johan So and Gray Morris, both beasts, riding it out on this upwind now. Decided to go off onto the left side of the course, and they led on the left side of the course. I think it's Johan So still holding here. He is absolutely cranking. He's leaning out from that equipment as Gray Morris here. Look at these positions. It's quite interesting. We can see Johan So's body is slightly further forward, leant forward, whereas Gray Morris's is slightly further back. But you can see how close they are. Be very interesting to analyze what their positions are. You know, even this is a one design class, so everyone is riding the exact same equipment. However, there are still things that you can change. For example, you can change the foil power with the back wing angle. You can also change the shape of the sail. So everyone is still using the exact same stuff. However, to each rider, each preference, there is different things that they can do. So maybe a certain rider, for example, a certain body weight, prefers one tuning of equipment, and maybe another body weight, a height, something like this, or just simply riding style can change the way that they tune that equipment to get the most out of it. Look how close all of this is. Oh, great tack from Freddie Poloni there, and also Stas. They came in quite tight and came out quite wide, but that was safe because they were in a very sketchy position there, so they needed to make sure that they gave room to the starboard riders there as they came in out on port. Oh, front 7 absolutely threading the needle there, threading the needle between all those riders. Adrian Mestra, he sends it hard, and he has threaded the needle. Igor Lewinsky, a great race from him. Well, great tack from him there. He'll be heading out on his downwind there now. France 53. Clement Bourgeois having a corker of a race as well. But it is still Johan So still pumping out on the top of our screen there. Followed by Gray Morris and Clement Bourgeois. France 53. Top 3 on our screens at the minute, and not much separating them at all. He's got his sponsors on the sail there. Melt One, Banque Populaire, the French sponsors there, and Clement is showing us that, you know, he's worth it. He's worth it as he's rounding that mark. He's putting in his jibe in that 3rd place position at the minute. Oh, the scenery is great there, isn't it? Look at those cliffs, and look at the iQFOilers all making their way downwind at the minute. What a perfect setting for this European Championships. It's sunny, it's windy, and it is warm. What more could you want? This is one of the perfect places for iQFOiling, for sport, to come on holiday, you know. This is one of these places where we look on the beach and we have so many tourists, so many holiday makers, you know, cruising out on the beach, on the beach, doing a bit of sunbathing, and also, you know, witnessing the action, the absolute action of the iQFOiling here in the 2026 European Championships in Portimão. Portimão is in the water at the minute, as all these riders are also on the waters of Portimão, and it is Johan So rounding, coming towards that gate in first place. Gray Morris in that second place at the minute, still doing that, lots of tuning with that sheeting angle, always changing that back of the clue, which is interesting. Someone like Johan So, who's rounding that bottom mark in first place now, was very, very stable actually. Was more consistent with that sheeting angle. Different techniques, both right at the top of their game, as Johan So is still pumping on that reach actually. Possibly it is dropped off a lot. Possibly the wind has dropped off a fair bit, meaning that they even have to pump on this, or maybe the wind's changed round a bit, so they need to head upwind towards this mark. But this is something that all these riders are in it together with, and they have to adapt. Adapt is the right word. They have to adapt to this changing course, whether it's a change in wind, whether it's a change in strength or direction of that wind. And it's looking like the direction is changed just a little bit, but they're making their way out on their second upwind of the course at the minute. A lot of those riders on the right side of those screens decided to go around the other mark, which is interesting because it looks like the left definitely paid. Clement Bourgeois in that third place on that downwind, but has now opened the gap for Freddie Rico Poloni, who's got a very good mark rounding there, has certainly got, let's call it a dominating position here at the minute, I think, because he is further upwind and he is now on starboard. So it's all up to Clement Bourgeois. When he wants to tack, he needs to keep room for Freddie Poloni here. Now, Freddie is another one of those riders who has got many titles to his name. You know, one of the years, I think it was last year or the year before, he literally won everything to do with the youth class. He won World Championships, he won Euros, he won everything, and now he is showing that he has what it takes to also be right at the top of the senior discipline. Now, under 23s, Freddie is still under 23. And also, and Gray Morris is now in open. Last year he was under 23s, but now he's just aged out a little bit. I think he's same as me, 2003 of age. So 22 or 23 years old. And these riders are right at the top of their game. You know, whether they're at that younger age. Well, for example, in the women, Medea Falcioni just had a great race. She's super, super young. Or, you know, at the top end where we've got very well-established riders who've been in the senior game for a very long time. A lot more experience than some of the rest of the riders. So there's two ways to do it, you know. There's two sides to it. We've got these young people that are just fresh. They're on those foils and they are shredding. And we also have the riders that have had many, many years of experience, possibly many more years of experience than a lot of these other riders. And it's really interesting to see how they come together. Now, usually you'd think maybe those more experienced riders are, you know, miles ahead, those using those experiences. And for sure they are. For sure they're using every single little bit of experience they've gained, or the lessons that they've learned, or the equipment that all those skills that they've got. But still, these young fighting talents, these young shredders are coming through and really establishing themselves still at the top of the world. So it's cool how they come together to shred together, but still, whether you've had many years, whether you're coming in as a youth, everyone shares that feeling of pure stoke. Everyone's loving windsurf. You know why these riders are all here? Yes, They want to be at the top of the world. They all want to be European champions here at this competition. But everyone still loves windsurfing, whether it's riders, whether it's organisers, whether it's people working at this competition to make it possible. Everyone loves this sport, and this is what is so cool. And what is so interesting as well is that Gray Morris has actually taken the lead off of Johan So here. A very cool Gray Morris must have had a corker of an upwind there. A really good upwind that has made him snatch the lead yet again within this race. He took it off of Yun in the first race, in the previous race, and the second one, and now he has snatched it off of Johan here as well. Gray is not holding back at all within these races. Even when he's top 3, he is still pushing. He is looking for every single little bit of gain he possibly can, and once he's found it, he executes it, because he is still in the lead. He has got the lead, and he is holding it towards that finish. Now, let's have a look at this sail. Look what he's doing with that clue end. He's keeping the mast very upright and still, but that clue, the right side of his sail at the minute, look how much he's tuning that. Look how much he's pulling that in and out just to ensure that he has the most amount of power in that sail. Now, you'll see some of the other riders, they are keeping that sail as still as possible to keep, well, in theory, keep those aerodynamics, to make sure that that laminar flow of that wind is holding very well. But Gray Morris here, he's got slightly bit of a different, there we go again, he's really tuning that sail. Now, I think there must be something in that, because his downwinds are so fast. Here he is. He's definitely seeing us watching in here. He's smiling and he is loving it, but he is still definitely in the zone. He is in the game. He's got a little bit of a handoff there. He had a little look back to Johan So. Where is his attacker? Gray is still holding no. He's in that position to hold, to defend, and defend he does. Another little look back from Johan there, to Johan. And he's holding. There he is, tuning that sail again, just pulling in, sheeting out, getting that best overall VMG. A big pumping stint from him there, just riding the top of that wave. And where is this ley line towards the bottom? And there he goes for it. A little bit of a send down, really power up that foil and straight back up to the top as he makes his way towards that finish line. Go Gray Morris is on his final reach in first place. Will he be picking up yet another win here on day number 4 of the 2026 European Championships? It's looking hopeful. He's looking back. He is just defending. He is cruising out onto this finish. He is staying safe as he crosses the line in first place. Where is that finish? He's still riding those waves. He's got his back foot out, and he is giving us another. We got 2 kisses then blown to us there. What a privilege. Gray Morris crossing that line in first place, picking up yet another win here on day number 4. Johan So in his second place there, and Federico Poloni picking up that 3rd place, finishing off that top 3. Clement Bourgeois in 4th place, Finn Hawkins in 5th, and Ethan Westerer having a great race there as well in 6th place. Nicholas Goyard in 7th. Stas, great race there as well, in 8th. Kunbi in 9th, all the way from China. Pavel in 10th, and finishing off that top 12. It's looking like I haven't cross-finished quite yet, but it is Yoav Cohen and Xingyin Chen from Hong Kong. Alex. And big fight for this final little reach here. It's a big one. Who's getting it? It was Luke Van Opsieland and Leonardo Tomasini having a bit of a fight there. But let's have a little think about that previous race. It was, in the end, Gray Morris who picks up yet another win here on day number 4. And he managed to get that lead on that second downwind, where he just came out of nowhere and he just snatched that lead off of Johan So that was winning, that was leading in the first upwind. Frederica it was the second upwind that Gray took the lead there. Johan So in that second place, and finishing off in third, it was Federico Poloni. And now coming up straight away to the women's gold group coming up now. Women's gold group coming up for their next race here on day number 4 of the 2026 iQFOiL European Championships here in Portimão, Portugal. They are all riding up on their foils now. We are definitely inside of this last minute. Down this pin end, we have Manon Pianazza and Danae Pontivex from Greece. Where is this start? Where is the go? And a big line sag here, actually. And there we have it. Down that pin end, I think that's Manon Pianazza having one of the best starts there. We did have quite a big bit of line sag there. It was Manon Pianazza as well. Italy 57 in the amongst of it there as well. Medea Falcioni, it is indeed. Tuva Oppadell having a great start there as well. Natasha Lapa, Cyprus 1. She saw the drone there. She is putting in some pumps as she makes her way out onto the right side of the course using the patch sail, the Olympic board and the starboard foil. Manon Pianazza on that pin end. It's looking like Tuva's certainly got some speed here. Certainly got some good speed, some good angle, establishing herself right at the top of this start of this race. Will she be able to hold it throughout? Let's see. Danae in that third place at the minute. Helene having a good start as well. But again, as we see, not much separating them at all. Mariana, Mexico 28. Each time we saw her start from that boat end, maybe she started again from that boat end and tacked off straight away. Maybe she wants to head out onto the right side of the course, or maybe she just wants the clean wind. As we can see, that group here, it's pretty hectic in this group. There's a lot of riders covering the wind, a lot of riders, you know, squeezing out. So it's all about positioning in this start of this race, this early point of the race. Who can establish their best position? And one rider who's definitely got a good position here is Norway 29, Tuva Oppadell from Norway. Great start, great first bit of her upwind. Will she be able to hold it? Where is that ley line? Danae also having a good start down that pin end. Certainly had the VMG there, just squeezing out Manon Pianazza. She's holding on, though. They're all holding on. Not much separating them at all. We'll probably see at that top mark them all come together and be pretty hectic yet again. Now, remember, though, all these riders are pretty spaced out at the minute, but they are all going towards the same mark together. They're all going to be condensing yet again at that top mark. So it's all about who makes their best decisions on this first upwind. Who is in that wind? who is in the right shifts and who has the best technique of making this iQFOiL equipment go as fast as possible. Now check 89 is on our screens at the minute. We have 38 girls within this, 38 women within this group at the minute in our gold group. Check 89, we have Katarina Svitkova on our screens at the minute, cranking it out onto the right side of the course in a minute. Where does she put herself within this race at the minute? Currently, it is saying she is in 4th, in that top 5 position at the minute. As we said that, dropping just a little bit, but that shows how close all these riders are at the minute. Not much separating them at all. A mistake can be so costly. Sarah Venika's Netherlands 33 on our screen at the minute. Having a good race, very good race too. And there is that fight for probably that first and second place. Tuva Oppadal and Emma Victoria Milland just to the downwind of her. They are almost exactly the same speed here. It's just Emma is a little bit further downwind, it looks like, as the angle changes, and it's looking like, oh, it's very close indeed. But Sarah definitely having right up there as well. Where will they be rounding all in this upwind mark? We can see Tuva Oppadal, Norway 29. God, there's some big waves coming through now, though. Actually, a great tack from her there, considering how big these waves are. And it's pretty light now as well, it's looking like, as they're all pumping really hard to get back up on that foil. Is Tuva going to be able to make that ley line? Oh, it's so close, and she just about makes it. And Helene Noesmoen is rounded that first place. But look who has actually come from the back a little bit there and taking the lead. It is Sarah Venika's. Oh, it's so close between these top 3. It was literally, well, it was less than a board length, all separating these riders as they went round that top mark. But it is indeed Helena Wesmoen who has actually got a little bit better acceleration, a little bit better speed on this first little bit of the downwind, and now has taken that lead back. Tuva Oppadal also having a corker here. A good one indeed, and Sarah Venika's fighting for that second and third place. Really tight together, but Sarah has definitely got that little bit of is a little bit more downwind at the minute. So I think she's certainly got that little bit of lead at the minute. She did come into today in 19th place, so she's hoping to really push herself back up in those rankings, and certainly she is doing that well here. She's in second place within this race at the minute. Tuva Oppadal in that third place as well. Tuva having a good competition in 14th place overall, kind of around that cut-off point, around that 10th point for the medal races on that last day. So she will be trying to hold this race, hold this position all the way to the finish, and hopefully boost herself way up in those rankings. But we saw how close they were at that top mark, and look how they've spaced out quite a bit already. Now, it is Helena Wesmoen who has certainly taken the lead here. Sarah Venika's has decided to go a little bit further out on the right, and just behind her, Tuva Oppadal riding that wave here now. I think the wind has definitely dropped off a little bit though. That's what the local knowledge was saying, and that has certainly happened. The wind is starting to drop off, so originally it was around 12 to 15 knots or so. And now, probably around that lower point of around 12 knots, maybe something like this. That's my guess. looking out on the course at the minute. Sarah is fighting though. She is battling. Even though she's in that second place at the minute, she is not letting Helene off the hook here. She is going for every single little bit she possibly can. Sarah just putting in her double jibe there. She wasn't quite on the lay line, but a bit of a wide mark rounding from Helene there, though. That has allowed Sarah to really get on the inside here. She's in a really good position here, actually, Helene. But also, we can see Emma Wilson and also Tuva Oppadell. They are pumping. They are trying to squeeze out, get that other little bit of upwind from the rest of those riders here. It's very close, this third position here now, though. Tuva, Emma, and Shahar all battling for this third place position. Look how big these waves are now, though. It's really picked up. This swell is pretty large indeed. Now, not only has the swell probably picked up a little bit and been large, the wind has gone from pretty large and now dropped off to not large. So the wind's dropped off, the waves picked up. These riders have to be adaptable. The wind, the conditions, the sea, everything can change in a blink of an eye between races, in the middle of races, in attack. So these riders always have to keep their head in the game, because different things can work differently in different conditions. So for example here, now where the wind has dropped off, the waves are becoming pretty big. They need to maintain that flight control over those foils. Keep the flight as consistent as possible. The height on that foil as consistent as possible so they can minimize that drag. Now in theory that's a little bit easier now that wind has dropped off. But now that wind has dropped off, they need to adjust their body position, adjust that sail position, so they can catch every single little bit of power from that wind as possible. Maybe they've got a adjustable downhaul as well. They've let that off a little bit to make that sail a little bit more powerful too. Now all these changes these riders have to think about, but they have to think about during racing. You know, this is their biggest competition of the year so far. This is the European Championships. This is huge. Big results lie on these moments. Big, you know, funding opportunities lie on these positions. Big, you know, if nothing else, just mentalities lie in these positions overall at the end of the week, whether you're confident going into the next competition, whether you need a bit of work to go to the competition. For sure, all these riders will be scanning, they'll be analysing what they can do next to gain that next position within the next competition. But now they are just racing as best as they physically can. Where can they gain on the next position within this race, within this competition, as Helene Noes-Moen is, well, it's looking pretty close actually. If we look at that leaderboard, Sarah Venekas and Helene Noes-Moen battling it out for that first and second position. Sarah is looking like she's had a great second upwind, but still I think Helene Noes-Moen is in that leading position. She's in that defensive place. She is just trying to hold this lead all the way towards that finish. Got some birds on the course as well. Hopefully they don't. Yeah, there we go. There we go. There are our top two riders here at the minute. It is Helene Noes-Moen and Sarah Venekas. The blue on the sails are different to the black on the sails for the men, because the women use 7.3 meters squared. The men use 8 meters squared sails, but both are this iQFOiL class sails, so both similar as Helene crosses that upwind mark now. A good tack from her there. dropping almost no speed straight back up on that foil as she was pumping super hard, and now she is just working that sail. The wind has definitely dropped off, hasn't it? It's definitely dropped off a fair bit. You know, we did see earlier it was quite gusty, shifty. It's probably quite still like that, but probably gusty and shifty, but that average speed has probably just dropped off a little bit. Emma Wilson just rounded there as well in that top 5. Helene Noesmoen still in that leading position, got quite a good lead to the rest of those riders here now. On that iQFOiL board, the starboard four on Severn sail, just cranking it out. France 57 on our screens at the minute. She was again on multiple international podiums. Another one of those riders that have got so much experience in this class, in this discipline, in windsurfing, and she is showing us that she can use those skills, use that expertise as she rounds that jibe and just does it perfectly, maintaining consistent height on that foil, maintaining speed, and leaving no room for error, leaving no room for any of those attacking riders behind her to gain on her. She's just looking back through her sunglasses. Where are the attackers? How can I defend? How can I make sure that I keep this lead? And she's doing it absolutely perfectly. Leaning off from that sail, holding onto that uphaul, getting that mast upright and catching every little bit of wind in that sail. She's wearing the sunglasses. She's got a pretty cool rash vest on as well. She's got the style out here. You know, that's probably not at the top of her list style, but still looking pretty swag out on the course at the minute. And well, wearing those sunglasses because it's so bright. It's so bright here. You know, the sand is really white. The water, the sun is bouncing, reflecting off the water. So all these riders need to protect themselves, whether that's covering up the skin from getting sunburnt, or you know, covering the eyes to make sure your eyes stay nice and safe. You know, you need your eyes for this windsurfing, to see those marks, to see where those ley lines are, to see where that wind is coming down. And then still putting in some really big pumps, deciding to jibe at the top of a wave yet again, maintaining that glide, pumping out onto her final reach. France 57, Helene Noesmoen on her final reach towards that finish. It's looking like she will be able to hold it all the way towards that finish line. Helene Noesmoen is on her final reach and she is happy. She lets her hand off. She gives it a bit of a thumbs up or a shaka as she crosses that line in first place. Insane race from her there. Here is that finish line. It is Sarah Venekers in second place and Shahar Tibi in third place overall. A great race yet again for this gold group for the women. Emma Wilson picking up that fourth place. Tuva Oppedal in fifth. Great race from her there. China 1-7. Wenqi Li in sixth place. Medea Falcioni in seventh. Maya Gisler picking up the eighth place. Zhen Yang in ninth. And Emma Milend in 10th. And there we have it, race complete. Their next race for the women's gold group here at the European Championships. It was Helene Noesmoen from France picking up the win, showing us a masterclass how to win a race here at the European Championships. Sarah Venekers from the Netherlands in second, Shahar Tibi from Israel finishing off that top three. and we are on a change. We can see that flag up on the boat, the yellow and black flag. So there is a change happening that signifies that tells all the riders that something is going to be changing. I reckon it's probably a change in course because that committee boat is moving, and we did see the wind has dropped off quite a bit. So we're probably changing a little bit of course, a little bit of something. Make sure you stay tuned to find out what the change is and to make sure you see all the racing that's going to be happening today here on day 4 of the 2026 European Championships. We've just had 3 course races for both the men and women gold fleets. We've covered that. It's been exciting. Those top marks, those first top marks have just been exhilarating. How it's just been hectic, and now we are going to be having more and more racing. 2 races in theory hopefully to go, but as we said, yeah, we've got a little bit of a change happening with that flag up on the committee boat. They're moving, so probably a slight change in course. So as we're waiting for that, let's have a look at the day 2 highlights here in Portimão. Hello and welcome to day number 2 of the 2026 iQFOiL European Championships here in Portimão. Before getting into the action of today, we caught up with event organiser Miguel Martinho.
All the Olympic guys walking around for the city, it's good, and for the people and the guys who do windsurfing, it's like a dream for everyone. So I hope we can do a lot of races and a lot of emotions on the water, and I hope that the riders like all.
Conditions today weren't quite like yesterday, but soon enough we were able to get racing.
3, 2, 1.
In the men's fleet, 4 course races were completed in pretty patchy conditions. Performing excellently today was Luc van Opsieland. The Dutchman takes the lead in the overall rankings.
I'm really happy with it. Yeah, I didn't really have the great starts, but I felt like I was dominating in terms of physique, and I just managed to kill everybody. So yeah, I'm really excited. Good day. Still a long event, but yeah, I think we're standing good.
Johan So is currently second, while Gray Morris third. Over to the women's fleet. In their area, the wind was a bit lighter, so the Upwind sprint format was raced. Tamar Steinberg managed to retain her lead with 3 race wins. Closing in, however, is Maya Gisler with 3 bullets of her own.
I did good, yeah. I got 3 first positions and then 1 second, so that's a quite stable and good day, yeah. I think it's still early days, but of course it's nice to have some good results in the book, and we keep going, but yeah, it's good.
Rounding out the top 3 is Zhen Yang. That's it for today. More to come tomorrow, so we'll see you there.
welcome to the 2026 iQFOiL European Championships in Portimão. The event's turnout? Over 190 competitors from 42 countries.
Always great to have all the countries, the best riders, like everybody, like such a good vibe.
I'm pretty excited. It's cool to be on the start line again at a European Championship.
That is going to be a great event. Portimão is always a windy place, so I'll bet we get many races.
I'm very excited for this event. I think all the girls, there is a really high level.
I mean, once you're at the start, you're fighting to win the race and hopefully the event.
Probably top 20, top 30 can all have a chance to win a medal.
Let's see if the work of the winter was good.
There are many non-European countries represented as well. A truly global feat.
Yeah, here to get some good practice in, and with all the big dogs in the fleet and lots of numbers on the start line, so super excited.
Conditions were splendid on day one, so let's go straight into it. Four course races were completed. In terms of results, it's still early days. Taking the lead, however, in the women is Tamar Steinberg.
My day overall I think was pretty good. I managed to win 2 races. Yeah, feels good. Just hope for the next days that they will be good.
In the men's fleet, taking 3 wins and a second place, Finn Hawkins.
Yeah, I had an amazing day today. I got 3 firsts and a second. It was literally champagne sailing out there. Couldn't have been any nicer, windy, sunny. Race committee did a great job of getting the races done. And yeah, I'm pretty buzzing. I'll just try and keep my head screwed on, do what I do, start well, make good decisions, and hopefully stay at the front.
What a way to open a championship. We'll see you for more racing tomorrow.
Hello and welcome to day number 2 of the 2026 iQFOiL European Championships here in Portimão. Before getting into the action of today, we caught up with event organiser Miguel Martinho.
All the Olympic guys walking around for the city, it's good, and for the people and the guys who do windsurfing, it's like a dream for everyone. So I hope we can do a lot of races and a lot of emotions on the water, and I hope that the riders like all.
Conditions today weren't quite like yesterday, but soon enough we were able to get racing.
3, 2, 1.
In the men's fleet, 4 course races were completed in pretty patchy conditions. Performing excellently today was Luc van Opsieland. The Dutchman takes the lead in the overall rankings.
I'm really happy with it. Yeah, I didn't really have the great starts, but I felt like I was dominating in terms of physique, and I just managed to kill everybody. So yeah, really excited. Good day. Still a long event, but yeah, I think we're standing good.
Johan So is currently second, while Gray Morris third. Over to the women's fleet. In their area, the wind was a bit lighter, so the Upwind sprint format was raced. Tamar Steinberg managed to retain her lead with 3 race wins. Closing in, however, is Maya Gisler with 3 bullets of her own.
I did good, yeah. I got 3 first positions and then 1 second, so that's a quite stable and good day, yeah. I think it's still early days, but of course it's nice to have some good results in the book, and we keep going, but yeah, it's good.
Rounding out the top 3 is Zhen Yang. That's it for today. More to come tomorrow, so we'll see you there.
Welcome to the 2026 iQFOiL European Championships in Portimão. The event's turnout? Over 190 competitors from 42 countries.
Always great to have all the countries, the best riders, like everybody, like such a good vibe.
I'm pretty excited. It's cool to be on the start line again at a European Championship.
That is going to be a great event. Portimão is always a windy place, so I'll bet we get many races.
I'm very excited for this event. I think all the girls, there is a really high level.
I mean, once you're at the start, you're fighting to win the race and hopefully the event.
Probably top 20, top 30 can all have a chance to win a medal.
Let's see if the work of the winter was good.
There are many non-European countries represented as well. A truly global fleet.
Yeah, here to get some good practice in, and with all the big dogs in the fleet and lots of numbers on the start line, so super excited.
Conditions were splendid on day 1, so let's go straight into it. Course races were completed. In terms of results, it's still early days. Taking the lead, however, in the women is Tamar Steinberg.
My day overall I think was pretty good. I managed to win 2 races. Yeah, feels good. Just hope for the next days that they will be good.
In the men's fleet, taking 3 wins and a 2nd place, Finn Hawkins.
Yeah, I had an amazing day today. I got 3 firsts and a 2nd. It was literally champagne sailing out there. Couldn't have been any nicer, windy, sunny. Race committee did a great job of getting the races done. And yeah, I'm pretty buzzing. I'll just try and keep my head screwed on, do what I do, start well, make good decisions, and hopefully stay at the front.
What a way to open a championship. We'll see you for more racing tomorrow.
Hello and welcome to day number 2 of the 2026 iQFOiL European Championships here in Portimão. Before getting into the action of today, we caught up with event organiser Miguel Martinho.
All the Olympic guys walking around for the city, it's good, and for the people and the guys who do windsurfing, it's like a dream for everyone. So I hope we can do a lot of races and a lot of emotions on the water, and I hope that the riders like all.
Conditions today weren't quite like yesterday, but soon enough we were able to get racing.
3, 2, 1.
the men's fleet, 4 course races were completed in pretty patchy conditions. Performing excellently today was Luc van Opsieland. The Dutchman takes the lead in the overall rankings.
I'm really happy with it. Yeah, I didn't really have the great starts, but I felt like I was dominating in terms of physique and I just managed to kill everybody. So yeah, really excited. Good day. Still a long event, but yeah, I think we're standing good.
Johan Zo is currently second, while Gray Morris third. Over to the women's fleet. In their area, the wind was a bit lighter, so the Upwind sprint format was raced. Tamar Steinberg managed to retain her lead with 3 race wins. Closing in, however, is Maya Gisler with 3 bullets of her own.
I did good, yeah. I got 3 first positions and then 1 second, so that's a quite stable and good day, yeah. I think it's still early days, but of course it's nice to have some good results in the book, and we keep going, but yeah, it's good.
Rounding out the top 3 is Zhen Yang. That's it for today. More to come tomorrow, so we'll see you there.
Welcome to the 2026 iQFOiL European Championships in Portimão. The event's turnout? Over 190 competitors from 42 countries.
Always great to have all the countries, the best riders, like everybody, like such a good vibe.
I'm pretty excited. It's cool to be on the start line again at a European Championship.
That is going to be a great event. Portimão is always a windy place, so I'll bet we get many races.
I'm very excited for this event. I think all the girls, there is a really high level.
I mean, once you're at the start, you're fighting to win the race and hopefully the event.
Probably top 20, top 30 can all have a chance to win a medal.
Let's see if the work of the winter was good.
There are many non-European countries represented as well. A truly global fleet.
Yeah, here to get some good practice in, and with all the big dogs in the fleet and lots of numbers on the start line, so super excited.
Conditions were splendid on day 1, so let's go straight into it. Course races were completed. In terms of results, it's still early days. Taking the lead, however, in the women is Tamar Steinberg.
My day overall I think was pretty good. I managed to win 2 races. Yeah, feels good. Just hope for the next days that they will be good.
In the men's fleet, taking 3 wins and a second place, Finn Hawkins.
Yeah, I had an amazing day today. I got 3 firsts and a second. It was literally champagne sailing out there. Couldn't have been any nicer, windy, sunny. Race committee did a great job of getting the races done, and yeah, I'm pretty buzzing. I'll just try and keep my head screwed on, do what I do, start well, make good decisions, and hopefully stay at the front.
What a way to open a championship. We'll see you for more racing tomorrow.
Hello and welcome to day number 2 of the 2026 iQFOiL European Championships here in Portimão. Before getting into the action of today, we caught up with event organiser Miguel Martinho.
All the Olympic guys walking around for the city, it's good, and for the people and the guys who do windsurfing, it's like a dream for everyone. So I hope we can do a lot of races and a lot of emotions on the water, and I hope that the riders like all.
Conditions today weren't quite like yesterday, but soon enough we were able to get racing.
3, 2, 1.
In the men's fleet, 4 course races were completed in pretty patchy conditions. Performing excellently today was Luc van Opsieland. The Dutchman takes the lead in the overall rankings.
I'm really happy with it. Yeah, I didn't really have the great starts, but I felt like I was dominating in terms of physique, and I just managed to kill everybody. So yeah, really exciting.
And we are back in the game for the 2026 iQFOiL European Championships. We are on day number 2. We have just witnessed some epic action here in the morning. Well, let's say early afternoon so far, and we have had 3 course races for each group. We had the Windward-Leeward course, so it was upwinds and downwinds with 1 little reach in there. However, the conditions have now changed. We saw earlier on that was probably when the windiest conditions were. And now the wind, as the locals advised, was that it was going to drop off. And a drop off it certainly has done. We've now, as we've dropped off the wind, we're now going for the slalom course. With the slalom course, we have no tacks in here, because tacks with the iQFOiL class is kind of the hardest bit with these super light winds. And with this special course, the slalom downwind course, means that there are no tacks within this course. It's only jibes. So it starts with a reach. It's a reach all together towards that first mark. It's then downwind, followed by 2 final reaches. Yeah, as we said, 2 final reaches. There we go, and we are, we're back on. We are definitely back on, and so are the racers back on indeed. It is windy out here. I mean, as we said, it's certainly dropped off a fair bit. So now, as we said, we've gone to this slalom course. We have all riders starting with the men's gold group on our screens at the minute. They've split into their groups and they're speeding up on their first reach. Where is that start line? That is the go. Is it a good start? It's looking like a good start indeed. Down that bottom end, we have Netherlands 55. That's Luc van Opsieland putting in some really big pumps with that yellow bib. Could it be pinned for the win? But just above him is France 629. I'm pretty sure that is Louis Pignolet, if I am not mistaken, having a very good race there as well. It is a full power reaching towards this first mark, though. And who is going to be rounding in first place? It's looking like Luke van Opsieland. He has gone for the pin, and he has won that pin and won this first little reach within this race. It is France 629 in a very close second place, though. 629, that is Louis Pignolet in this first slalom race for the men's gold group. But crossing in first place, it is Luke van Opsieland. Gone for a little bit of a lower line, though. We can see on the left side of our screens, he's pumping really hard. He's trying to go as deep as possible. Is Nicolo Renner. Will that be a good decision? We'll have to find out very soon. But this front pack at the minute is so close together. You can see that other drone just scanning them, and there we're going back on that drone that we just saw. Luke van Opsieland deciding to jibe. Again, we've been seeing throughout the day all these riders deciding to jibe on the top of a wave. And why that is because they can get that extra glide. They can get an extra little bit of push from that wave. Exactly like surfing. You know, surfing, they get their power, they get their speed from that wave pushing them. And it is exactly the same situation as that. Whether it's on a board like surfing with fins, or whether it's foiling like this, you still get that power, and that's where they can get that little gain. Now, it is a little gain, however, it certainly is a gain, and we can see these riders all deciding to jibe on it because they want to gain every single little bit of distance they possibly can. And Nicolo Renner, it's looking like he has crossed that bottom mark in first place. I remembered, you know, the top group did round all very close together, but we saw Nicolo Renner put in some really fast-paced big pumps directly around that top mark, allowing him to get a lot deeper. Now, that did put him in a little bit of dirty wind from that top pack. However, he kept pumping. He got out of that dirty wind, and he took the lead from Luke van Opsieland in this race at the minute. He is just holding. Here is his last jibe mark on the left side of our screen behind that leaderboard. It's looking safe. It's looking good. Nicolo Renner in their lead at the minute, closely followed by Luke van Opsieland, though, in third place, China 520. But all focus now is on Nicolo Renner on this final reach. He's probably around halfway through this final reach. The moment where he got this lead was at that first little bit of that downwind. He split off from the pack. He pumped his absolute heart out, and he is reaping those rewards as he crosses that line in first place. Nicolo Renner winning the first slalom race here on day number 4 of the European Championships. Luke van Opsieland in second place, Johan Vermeer in third, and Minhei Yang in fourth. Whoa, what an exciting first slalom race of the day. As we did see, we had 3 course races this morning, and now we are now we are on slalom racing. Slalom racing, it is the downwind slalom. So for you windsurfers out there who've maybe watched a bit of PWA before, where they do 3-buoy downwind slalom, which is all reaches, this course here that we do at the iQFOiL class adds a downwind leg. And what that allows is a lot more room, a lot more opportunity for overtakes. But, you know, overtakes can also mean losses. So there's that room for those tactical decisions to come out. There's that room for the work, the technique to really come out. Now, these reaches, the speed between all these riders are so close. But as we saw in that previous race, Nicolo Renner did that big stint immediately, allowing him to take that lead. Will we be seeing something slightly different or slightly similar within this race at the minute? We are certainly seeing something slightly different within this first little bit of the race, as everyone is letting off their power, as I think it is a general recall. It is a general recall indeed. Netherlands 9, Kieran Badlow, maybe he hasn't quite got the hasn't quite got the signal yet. He's sending it out on this first reach. Maybe he has, and he's just putting in a practice start. But going back over to that top 5 who just won that previous race. Nicola Renner picking up the win. A really powerful stint there around that first mark, which allowed him to go into the lead. Luke van Opsieland in second, and the rest of those top 5 within that first race. But it is all so close out here. I mean, we saw it was close in that course racing, and it's even closer in this slalom racing, really highlighting how high the level is here at the 2026 European Championships. Now, we did see in some of those previous highlights that we've got a lot of other riders from around the world. This is a European Championships, but it is an open European Championship, so anyone can from around the world can come and sign up. As we see one of the flags there, Brazil 7. That's Mateus from Brazil. He's not in Brazil's in South America, but still he comes here to see how his position's going, whether that's training, whether it is a result regatta for him that he wants to do. Whatever it is, we are seeing a lot of like Taiwan there, Thailand one of Will McMillan. Yep, they're all here just to do a bit of training, whether that is, establishing themselves in where they are in their rankings ahead of the World Championships or their next competition. As we saw Stella Bilger talking to us in one of those highlights about, here's the big dogs. Yeah, that's what she said. Level is so high. We had, both Olympic champions who are at the European Championships here. Marta Maggetti from Italy, Tom Ruveni from Israel, both here. Along with some of the best athletes. All the best athletes are here. And some of the best athletes in the world are here. All the best athletes other in the world are here. Whether they're young, whether they're older, whether they're youth, whether they're senior. This is one of those events that brings everyone together. Not only to race it out, to battle with each other, but also just to share the stoke. Share the stoke of windsurfing, share the stoke of iQFOiling, sharing the speed, sharing that adrenaline. That is what we all love. Well, that's why we all do it, and that is what we all love to watch it. So, as we see here, there is that committee boat where the race crew organise all the racing, run all the racing, and at the minute they are just reviewing who was over that start line. Now, the riders who were over that start line, unfortunately, are disqualified. They're disqualified from that race, so they won't be able to ride in the rerun of that race. A general recall means that everyone within that race is recalled back to the start, brought back to the start, and then it will be rerun. Now, in this slalom, as we saw that flag up on the boat, that showed that flag in the last 2 minutes, that showed that anyone over that start was disqualified. So we'll see. The committee boat will be showing up a whiteboard with, in any way they do it, they'll show up the numbers on that committee boat. That's why all these riders are hanging around that boat at the minute, just to check that they weren't over that start. Now, the rider who just pushed it a bit too hard and was over that start, we'll see that, and unfortunately they have, they're disqualified. And that is just to keep the racing fair. You can't have a head start. You do want to hit that start line on the go at full speed. However, that is a insane skill to have. Now, imagine running, right? If you're running towards the start line, of course you want to be full speed and you want to be at the 0-0. Now, what these riders have to also think about is not only all the other riders around them taking their wind, pushing them out, changing their speed. They also have to think about where that start line actually is. Because on the ground you can draw a line. However, on the water here, there's no rope, because then it would catch their foils. They have to have that imaginary line between that committee boat and between that pin end. Now that is pretty, you can imagine how hard that is. And it is really hard. This is why some of these riders still go over that start, still start a little bit late, because going towards that start line, having it, just imagining it, you know, having that feeling of where the starting line is so hard. And then when you add 20 other people around you, then when you add the waves, then when you add the changes of wind, it is a master skill, absolute master skill. Now, all of these riders have done hundreds if not hundreds and hundreds of starts, maybe even thousands of starts, you know, through their careers. You know, maybe whether they've done 2 years of training, they've just started, or whether they've done 20 years. Starts is one of the most important parts of not only iQFOiL racing, but all of racing on the water. Because if you have a good start, you can effectively have a head start to the rest of the people that don't have quite a good start. Now in racing, in sailing racing also, having that good start allows you to punch out from the pack, get a little bit of a head start, which gives you clean wind. And clean wind is so important. Imagine the wind as your power, as your engine. Having clean wind and going out from the pack where no one is covering your wind, that's like a super smooth engine. It's giving you power nice and smoothly. You know, you're having no bumps. But when you're behind someone who's taking your wind, who's using your engine, then not only is that power shared, it's also pretty rough. You know, there's some bumps in that power. There's some turbulence in that power, and that means just less speed, less angle, less VMG. So all these riders are trying to have the best start possible, hit it on the 0-0 at full speed. Who will be hitting that start at the best in this start line? We will find out very, very soon. As all riders are starting to speed up, they're starting to get on those foils and they are starting to accelerate towards that line. We probably have around 20 seconds to go, if I think correctly. A lot of them are starting to slow up. Valhardsen down that bottom end. He's really held up. He's pumping right back up on the foil. And a lot of those riders are coming towards the line now. And away we go. Igor Lewinsky in the middle. They're having a great start. Netherlands 36. Having a great start as well in the amongst of it, down that bottom end, having a great one. Italy 55, Leonardo Tomasini, but it is Johan So who's probably, I think, definitely had the best start today. He is wearing that blue beard because he did come in today in second place overall. Down that bottom end, Netherlands 36, Max Castellijn. I think he might be coming into it in second. Well, definitely within that top 5 at the minute. It is very light out there at the minute. And we can see a boat coming across. I think no confirmation, but I think it must be another general recall. Either it's a general recall or it's a postponement of the racing. Something has happened to make this race be abandoned, and we will see what happens. And it is a general recall. We can see that flag on our banner on the screens there, the recall with the general recall flag just popping down below it. It is a triangular blue flag with a yellow triangle in the middle. And on the committee boat, we'll see that too. You can see it just about on the right side of the boat there, next to that orange flag. that signifies to all the athletes that it is a general recall, because all these athletes, you know, they don't have electronic systems to tell them whether they were over the start or not. They do it purely by the flags. They do it by the flags and also the sound signals. So after there's a general recall, there'll possibly be a double horn. When it's a good start, it'll just be one horn. When it's a general recall and there was people over the start line, it will be that double. And there we have that whiteboard that we were talking about. Heat 2 for the men's gold. Who was BFD? Who was over that start line? It was Netherlands 9. Kieran Badlow. It was Lithuania 7. Rytis Jazinas. And in that race there, Poland 30. Igor Lewinsky, unfortunately. Oh, that's tough. Cool. We saw some real good style on the committee boat there. Some epic shorts and leggings there. That was style. Absolute style. As all these other riders are styling it out. You know, they can customize themselves with different wetsuits, different wetsuit colors, where they or different helmet colors. You know, we did see some glasses, some sunglasses. Helene Noes Moen using some glasses. What do you think riders are their number one thing is? Do you think it's style or do you think it's usefulness? I think it's probably usefulness, isn't it? The helmets, there's a rule that all your helmets have to be very visible, so it has a bright colour on the majority of the helmet, and we can definitely see a bright helmet there, super bright yellow. That is very safe, isn't it? Also have wetsuits, you know, keep all these riders warm. I think we are seeing some in board shorts. Because it is warm. We've got about 25 degrees out on the water. Well, here in Portimão at the minute. Here in Portugal, we're in the south of Portugal doing. Yeah, it's 25 degrees. It's lovely. You know, it's May time. It's 21st of May at the minute, and it's 25 degrees. What more could you want? And yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of more things you could want here. That's why we're seeing so many tourists here in Portimão at the minute. Not only enjoying what Portimão has to offer with the culture, with the beach, with the bars, with the restaurants everywhere, also the sea. And this is what we are really appreciative, what we are really loving here this week, is the sea, is the conditions, is the wind, is the water, is the waves. Because we're iQFOiL in here. We are witnessing the European Championships here for 2026. We have 117 men racing it out here in Portimão. We have 75 women racing out here in Portimão too. Quick maths, 117, 187, 194, if I'm correct. 117 plus 192. Yeah. Quick maths. So we have a lot of people racing it out here in Portimão for this European Championships. And we are going up to the next start. Yellow flag is up, so we are in sequence. We are in under 30 minutes to go. Under 3 minutes. Under 3 minutes to go until the next start is underway. And we are into the race coming up very soon. I think we are definitely inside of this last minute now for this men's gold group, who have split into heats now because there's so many of these athletes within these groups. Brazil 7, Matheus Isaac from Brazil down that bottom end, starting to speed up. France 379 also coming in amongst of it all here now. And we are away. Val Ertzen really going for it down that bottom end. Leonardo Tomasini just out the back there. Johan So in amongst of it too. But Val Ertzen, go Val. God blimey, he's going for it. He's pumping and he's going hard. Netherlands 1-7 in amongst of it all there as well. He's probably had the best start so far. That is Joost Vink. He's definitely got the speed on this top reach. Netherlands 36. That is Max Castellijn. Another good start from him there. Federico Alan Peloni in third place. But let's not forget about Slovenia 31. Val Ertzen down that bottom end. But it is Joost who is leading out on to this first mark. A very good lead from him here. He's got some awesome speed out here. God, look at the distance purely from this first reach. It's incredible how much distance he's already gained from the rest of the pack here. Max, his Dutch teammate, in that second place position. Freddie in third. He's got some speed downwind too, and here comes Freddie and also Johan. Also, here comes some birds as well. Cool, blimey, the iQFOilers have almost going faster than the birds. Look at that. Even in this super light winds. It's so light winds out there now at the minute. I mean, it's really hard to tell, but, you know, probably 10 knots or so. Something like that. But what is also big is the sea. There is some really big waves coming through here now. Maybe died down just a little bit. But still, those waves are something that all these riders are going to have to think about pretty hard throughout their racing. Oh, what is going through their heads now at the minute is probably just pain and work, because they are working their bodies to the absolute max. They are pumping downwind. As we see Joost here in that lead, pumping that sail. So moving that sail backwards and forwards and pulling on it really hard in that forwards position. And what that does, that increases that power. It gives you a little bit more push, which you can transform that into speed or angle. Now, most likely here on this downwind, Joost is pumping to transform that into angle or even just stay up on the foil. But I think what he's doing it here is to stay on a top of a wave. Now, this is something that we've said a fair few times, actually. And Joost is using the power of this wave to push him down, to give him more speed, to give him more angle and overall VMG so he can defend that lead. Freddie is in that second place. Italy 286. He's got that second place and he is comfortable. But who is even more comfortable at the minute is Joost Vink from the Netherlands. That is Netherlands 1-7. I was trying to look up the number. I found it there. Netherlands 1-7 in that lead at the minute. But look at Freddie. He's caught the same wave as Joost here. Will he be attacking? He certainly will be attacking. Here is Joost in at that first place still. Freddie's just backed off of that wave. He went for it. He's certainly still going for it. You know, this is where we can see it is not over until it's over. Joost, even though he's leading by quite a comfortable margin, he is still pumping. He is still trying to defend that lead, and defend he does. Johan So going round that mark. This is third and fourth place. Brazil 7, Matheus Isaac in that fourth place at the minute. It is very light up there though. The wind has dropped off, but the waves have remained. Here is Joost getting out onto his hubble. He's looking behind. He is comfortably in second. He's shortening his harness line a bit. He's getting that sail a little bit more upright. And there he crosses that finish line in first place. Netherlands 1-7, Joost leading the race and picking up a win In second place, it was Federico Alampalloni, Italy. And in third and fourth, we have on our screens at the minute, our blue bib wearer for today is Johan So, picking up a third place. And in fourth, it is Mateus Isaac from Brazil. Fifth place coming across there. Sixth, seventh, eighth, all of them coming across. All in quite a line. All in quite a line. Not much separate, like 2 seconds separating them all. That's literally all the difference is. And if you think about it, first to last, you know, maybe less than 30 seconds between them all. Incredible the level that is out here. These riders cannot make a single mistake. No mistakes at all. And we're straight on to Slalom Heat 3 for the men, gold race number 12. Gray Morris, God, look at his speed here. He is pumping, as we talked about, increasing that power, increasing that flow, and transforming that into speed as he does. But now France 152 is right on his heels of Tom Arnoux, an expert pumper. And in third there is our Olympic champion from 24, Tom Ruveny. Israel 30 coming across from Thomas Vardemon in there. Pavel in fifth. Yun in sixth. But it can all change here. Now remember, we are on the slalom course, so it is a first reach. At the last, there is 2 final reaches, but in the middle, it is a downwind. As we're seeing some big changes here, Tom Arnoux has snatched the lead back off of Gray. It was very close at the top, but Tom Arnoux is definitely the leader now. Will he be able to remain all the way towards that finish? He's going to try. They are all absolutely pumping to the max. They are working hard. And it's working. It is certainly working because they are remaining at the top. We've got a lot of seagulls out there at the minute and trying to get involved in a bit of the iQFOiL action. They're getting jealous of the flying. Tom Arnoux in that pink helmet and with glasses and with the guns out. He has got the style here, and he's certainly got the style of winning too, as he's on the top of that wave. He's surfing it all the way downwind towards that bottom mark. He's tired. His arms are a little bit, they're feeling up that lactic acid. He's getting his arms working. So he needed a little bit of rest off to get rid of that work on the arms through his, get a bit of blood circulation ready for these last 2 reaches. And he's got it. Another expert jibe on the top of those waves. Second and third is hotly contested though. Both Israeli riders, Tom Ruveny and Thomas Vardemon. Second and third is very close indeed. So is third and fourth. Oh, that was so close indeed. Pavel Tarnowski and Gray Morris. And closely behind is Yun as well. All top places for that fourth place is hotly contested. All slightly dropping off on the foil, but still pumping to the max. Working to the absolute max to remain their speed, keep their flow, and keep their position within this race on the penultimate reach. Tom Arnoux, what a jibe from him there. Expertly staying high up on that foil to keep the speed. A second is rounding there now. Tom Ruveny, Thomas Vardemon. And here is a big moment. Oh, it's so close between all 4 riders out here, but it is still Gray Morris who managed to get out on top. Straight back to the leader is Tom Arnoux. It was a big moment there on that final jibe mark, but it is Tom Arnoux in the pink helmet, in the glasses, with his hand off. He is styling it out towards that finish line. He is happy. He has got his fist up, and he wins the race. Nacho in the middle there as well. Gray Morris in there as well. Yun all fighting it out there. That was a big moment. Pavel picking up that 4th place within that pack there. 7th overall, as the rest of those riders. Alex in 8th. Adrian Mestre in 9th, and finishing off that top 10, Matt Barton. And there is the top 5 that we just witnessed from that race. Tom Ruveny, he had his fist up as he sailed that absolutely perfectly. Thomas Vardemont in 3rd place. Tom Ruveny in that 2nd. It was all switching around though, which was really cool to see in that race there. And now we are straight on to the women. Easiest way to see that it is the difference between the women and the men is that the women have some blue on their Severn sails now, which looks really cool. Pops perfectly with the sea. And they are on their top reach at the minute. It looks as if it's a good start as they're still all cranking out. Pilar La Madrid putting in some big pumps there, as the rest of those riders, Chinese riders as well. There is that first mark which they're going to. It's pretty light now, the wind's dropping off, but they are still flying high and flying fast. Israel, both Israeli riders in the mix of it there. V in there too. France 11 also in the pack there. Marion Coutier in the pack there, but it is Israel 216. Tamar Steinberg, who came into today leading in that yellow bib, and she is still leading so far within this race. Oh, look at all the all the seagulls are getting in amongst of it, mate. There, maybe there's some fish in the water. Who knows? But they're these iQFOiL riders are not phased at all. Daniela Peleg, also on our screens at the minute. Last year in the World Championships, she did come 5th in that top 5 position. Currently in the overall rankings, Daniela Peleg is in 13th place. So again, around that cutoff of those medal races on that final day. So she will be working hard to get inside. Israel 2, she is leading. She is leading. Corker of a race from her there. China 7 in 7th. Oh, with sail number 7. Look at those pumps. Huge pumps from her there. She's working that sail so hard to try get the maximum amount of power to transform that into speed and depth. Downwind, Medea just behind her on the top of her wave. Just lost that wave now. Now China 7 has got that wave. She's riding it down. Daniela Peleg in that 1st place at the minute. Where is she? Where is she? We've got the 2nd, 3rd and 4th places on our screens at the minute. I'm rounding that. Here is our 3 at the minute. I mean, Medea Falcione in 3rd in this little pack here, but leading out is China 7, and it is Daniela Peleg with a very good lead so far within this race. Very short races, but we can see Daniela already really showing us that she has come out from the pack and secured this lead. Only a jibe and one final reach separating her between that finish. How was the jibe? Safe, very safe jibe, very wide jibe. Just keeping it safe, keeping it confident, and making sure that then there are no mistakes made so she can hold that lead. Daniela Peleg, as we said, did come into today in 13th place. Another multiple international podium winner. Now, in amongst of it here and leading. She did win the European Championships last year. She came in 1st place. Could she be another European, the 2026 European champion? She's going to have some more wins on her scorecard, but she's definitely put herself in a good position there. But there, Falcione just about making it there. Tamar Steinberg also coming across the line there. Amy Bright having a good race there, and also V coming across the line there. Stella Bilger, all riders from New Zealand. going across the line. Pilar, Mariana, all crossing now. Jenny in there as well. And there we have it, top 5 from that race that we just witnessed. Our current European champion from last year is Daniela Peleg, winning that race. Will she be able to keep it all the way in the 26 Euros here in Portimão? We'll have to find out. And now we are going over to heat number 2 for race 12 for the slalom women. We are off on the start already. Who has had the best start? It's all very close indeed down that bottom end. It's looking like it's been for the win yet again. She's got the speed. Italy, I can't quite make out the number, but it is Italy in the lead. It's probably Marta because she has got the speed. Italy 1:57 indeed. It is Marta Maggetti, the current Olympic gold medalist, in the lead yet again. What a race, what speed, what, as we were talking about, she crossed that line perfectly with speed, and that is awarded her by rounding that mark in first place. China 1:7 in second, and Maya Gisler in third, wearing that blue bib. Now let's have a look at the conditions out here. Earlier on, it was 12 to 15 knots apparently on the course. However, it did look a lot windier because the waves were pretty big and the wind was blowing over the tops of those waves, making it look pretty windy. Now, these riders are having wind, of course. Adding the big sea state can effectively make the conditions tougher. So if it was the same wind strength in flatter conditions, that's easier conditions, let's say. As soon as you add big waves, that is another thing that these riders have to think about. So easier or not, I'm not sure if that's the correct word, but what it is, it's more complicated as there's more things that these riders have to think about. Now the wind has dropped off a little bit, but the waves are still there. But they're a bit more consistent, I'd say. From what we're seeing on the screens at the minute, the waves look less messy, more rollers coming down. So there's maybe a bit more surfing, as Marta Maggetti has done a lot of great surfing downwind with the wind on the iQFOiL equipment, rounding that bottom mark in first place. She's got the speed, she showed it on that top reach, and she's showing it again on these bottom 2 reaches. Italy 1:57, the current Olympic gold medalist, showing us that she has what it takes to also be at the top in 2026. Here we are at the European Championships, riding this wave. Perfectly riding this wave all the way around. She caught that extra bit of glide. Third place is hotly contested at that mark, though. Let's have a look at those rankings. Who mixes around? Maya Gisler maybe gained a spot there. Wenqi Li, China 1:7 is still in that third place, though. But also who has retained their place is Marta Maggetti. Let's have a look at 5th and 6th. They are on exactly the same meters. And 4th, that is hotly contested. Only 1 or 2 meters separating all 3 of them. But crossing that finish line in first place, Italy 1:57. It is Marta Maggetti. Second place, China 37. In third, China 1:7, and crossing the line in fourth, it is Maya Gisler, Shahar Tibi, Emma Wilson, all crossing that line. Sara Vaneka's crossing to Manon Pianazza in amongst of it there. All riders within that group now crossing there. Here we have it. top 5 of the race we just witnessed. It is Martin Majetti who scored the win from the start all the way to the end. Both Chinese riders in that 2nd and 3rd place, 4th and 5th, followed by Maya and Shahar. And we are up straight over to the men coming up with their race at the minute. It is absolutely hot up there. Hotly contested indeed. In the middle, it looks like USA. Could it be Noah Lyons? It's looking like a lot of these riders are starting to let off the gas a little bit because it is a general recall. General recall. So we will come back to it very, very soon. As we said in the previous general recall, everyone, one or more riders was over that start line. So everyone makes their way back to that committee boat to double check who was over that start line. It looked like possibly a USA rider was punching out there. So we'll see who was over that start line. They will then be unfortunately disqualified and we will rerun that race. So do not go anywhere. Quick update, they are reviewing who was over that start line and we will get underway with the rerun of that race very, very soon. Confirmation is here who was over that start line. So we have France 6-9. Unfortunately, Louis Pignolet was over that start line, meaning that he is disqualified from this heat. Also, USA 6. Noah Lyons, unfortunately as well, he was over that start line and is now disqualified. Noah Lyons having a great competition so far. Maybe not the result, maybe not the 31. I thought I saw him a bit higher. Still to be even racing it out here is a huge achievement. Unfortunately, he was just pushing a little bit too hard along with Louis Pignolet. We have the orange flag up on the boat and we'll be running this heat very, very soon. We are on the last race of the day, so we are on the last bit of time, the last little bit of action of the day. We still have 5 heats to go within this race. So it's going to be exciting, it's going to be exhilarating, so do not go anywhere. And I'll see you back here very soon. class flag is up. The yellow flag is up, meaning that we are going in to the gold men. We also saw the lights on the committee boat there. Now here at the European Championships, we have something new. We have the light system. Almost like a Formula 1 light system. So in the last 3 minutes, we have 3 lights. In the last 2 minutes, 1 minute on the go, we have those lights going on and off. And also automatic sound signals. We are testing this out and it's working really cool. We're seeing those lights there up on that committee boat. We have the black flag up, meaning that anyone who goes over that start line inside of that last minute is disqualified. And we have 2 minutes to go. Well, around 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes something to go until this last. Oh no, is the black flag still up there? Couldn't quite make it out. Around that kind of mark at the minute. 1 minute something now, probably. Something like that. Looking out there, you know, got a bit of a hazy horizon there now. Conditions have really changed throughout the day. This morning, where it was completely just not a cloud in sight. It was blue, it was bright, I mean, it's still bright and blue. But, you know, we've got a little bit of haze there now. And also what's happened, the wind's also dropped off from this morning. Now, some people may think, you know, there's almost no wind out there. However, there is still enough wind that we can race. We are the iQFOiL class and we can still get racing. These riders are pushing themselves and also the equipment to the absolute limits. And we can see them pushing it all to the limits in these such light winds. Ellie Colombo on our screen at the minute. Switzerland 63. Also, we saw Stas down that bottom end. He's gone for it. He's really gone for that pin. Oh, it was so close there. So close indeed. Luke van Opsieland and Stas are absolutely pushing it out. They're pushing each other. First and second place on our screens at the minute. It is an absolute drag race towards that first mark. And they're all letting off a little bit because possibly, most likely, it's a general recall, unfortunately. Oh, that was really exciting down that bottom end, though, wasn't it? They were absolutely going for it, not leaving anything to each other. Now that's the spirit of racing here, you know. Everyone's friends on the land, but on the water, everyone is for themselves. Everyone is trying to win. Doesn't matter if it's been your best friend forever, or if it's just a mate you met an hour ago. You know, you're all on the water together, pushing the limits, pushing yourself, trying to go for every single gap, every single gain, but also making sure that none of your opponents take that gain. So you leave nothing to spare and take everything you possibly can. But as soon as you get on the land, it's all cruising again, it's all having fun, it's all on the beach, and this is why this place is so amazing, because the beach is beautiful, the promenade above is amazing, you know, we've got all nice restaurants, bars, everything here. We've got sports, you know, on the beach right here where these guys all come back to the beach after a day of racing. There's beach football, there's beach volleyball, there's tennis. You know, Portimão is really one of those special places. It's really amazing here. And also on the water, we've got the conditions. We've got the wind, we've got the sun. But, you know, these riders, you know, that's not really on their minds at the minute. I think what's on their minds is just winning. That's all they want to do, because they've still got they've had multiple general recalls now. We've got a few waves. Look at do. She's shredding out. Oh, she's happy. Maybe first wave there. Congrats. That's epic. Absolutely shredding it out. You know, next step for you there is get on some iQFOiL equipment. Hey. Yeah, no, it was cool. Like yesterday when there was no wind, the waves were actually really sweet. There was some nice pokers coming down off the point, and we did actually have a lot of the iQFOilers, maybe like 20 or so people out catching the shred. shredding the gnar, catching some waves. It was pretty wicked actually. I was a bit jealous. The waves look really nice. Maybe maybe after this racing, they might all go for a little surf as well. I mean, most likely probably not, because they've all got their heads in the game full power. Their concentration number one. Keeping their head in the game, keeping that mental side, because not only is it a mental side, you have to be in the zone, follow those goals, follow those aims, and follow that work of how you're going to achieve those goals. But also, it is so physical out here. These riders are working their bodies to the absolute max. They're going to be so tired after today. So I think rather than going for a surf or doing some more activities after this, they'll probably just be coming in, having a talk with their coaches, having a debrief, what they can take through to tomorrow, and also refuel and rest, because tomorrow is that last day before the medal races, so the pressure is on. Not only is the pressure on to tomorrow, the pressure is also on today, as we're seeing a fair few general recalls now in these slalom races, showing us that they are just pushing. They're pushing, and some of them are just pushing a little bit over the limit and going over that start line. But as we can see, all those riders heading back to that committee boat now, just to see who was over that start line. We'll get confirmation of that, and we'll see you. Oh, she's bringing out the whiteboard. The whiteboard is there. Can we see who was over that start line? I got a feeling it might have been a little bit of that battle down that bottom end. There was Luke Monopsyland in that yellow bib, and there was Stas, Poland 777, had that little battle down there. Could it have been one of them who was over the start line? We'll have to wait until we get a view of that whiteboard. Quick update, we are waiting for confirmation who's over that start line, and as soon as we have that, the riders will be already getting prepared for their next race to run. So do not go anywhere, we'll see you very, very shortly. And we are inside the last 2 minutes. There is that whiteboard with whoever was over that start line. I couldn't quite make out who was the latest over that start line there. Okay, AP flag is up, so we are under some postponement. And as soon as we get suitable conditions and we have suitable racing standards, let's say. I'm not sure what the reason for that AP was. Maybe due to the wind dropping off. Maybe there was a big change in the wind direction. So the course maybe just needs to be adjusted. Maybe we need to just wait for a little bit more wind. Or maybe it could be a number of things. But as soon as we get suitable conditions again, we will be getting underway with racing yet again. So do not go anywhere, and we'll see you very soon. They are starting indeed. Nacho Baltasar Summers in the front there. He's starting to get up onto the foil. Oh, it's light though. It's light. The AP has gone down. We had a very short AP for some reason there. Just didn't have the suitable conditions, so the race committee decided to wait. And now we are underway yet again with one of these. Whoa! Holy moly, that was really tough down there. Absolute big moment there. But out comes Nicolo Renner and Stas Strepczynski down that bottom end. Australia 3 in there as well. Nicholas Goyard in there as well. You can hear my tone of voice. It's not quite as excited because it is a general recall. Another general recall underway, so one or more people was over that start line. Whoever that was, they will be disqualified, and we will get underway with the rerun of that race very, very shortly. So, again, we'll have a little bit of a wait to see who it was, and then we'll get underway with that race very soon. So do not go anywhere, and we'll see you again. Update out on the course on our screens at the minute. Yet again, another general recall. Now, that was because one or more people was over that start line. We'll see who was over the start, and we'll get underway. And also, it was apparently the committee boat was drifting. So, also, along with one or more people was over the start line. Committee boat was drifting, so they're just going to get that anchor a bit more set, I think. And then we'll get underway. So, update out here on day number 4 of the European Championships here in Portimão, Portugal. Currently on our screens at the minute, we are in the middle of a general recall. We just had one sprint, one downwind slalom race called. However, one or more of the riders was over the start line, so we will rerun with this race once those people have been pulled out. But so far we have had a pretty epic day for these gold groups that we've been concentrating here, both the men and women in their gold fleets. We had 3 course races done already with the Windward Leeward course. That was done in around 12 to 15 knots. That was what it was said on the course, but with pretty big waves and pretty big seas. The wind then started to drop off. This was actually forecasted from local knowledge. And that's exactly what it's done. It's dropped off so much that we've actually had to change our course that we're running here. But still, even through these light winds, we are still running these races. These riders are flying high and flying fast. So far, we've completed one sprint slalom race. But remember, it's done in heats. So we've actually done many slalom heats, but all combined to be one sprint slalom race. The second is in process at the minute. And remember, we are currently in the middle of a general recall. Whoever was over that start line will then move on to the next start, and whoever was over that start line will be disqualified. We can also see that the race committee are struggling a little bit with that anchor at the minute, maybe because of the depth, maybe because of the big waves that it is causing that committee boat just to drift a slight bit. So as soon as they get that sorted as well, we will be getting underway. Now, if you want to relive any of the moments here at the 2026 European Championships here in Portimão, Portugal, you can rewind on the live stream, watch those races exactly as it happened. We had some really exciting points in there in those course races at those top marks where everyone came together. It was pretty hectic, but we did see some big winners within those races. And also, you can have a look on the website for all the latest results and all the latest information from this competition, and also previous events and future events. And also make sure you check out the social media, Facebook, Instagram, for all the updates through this week, both all the previous days, but also in the days to come. We'll be getting some on-water action shots there, all the interviews from these riders, and a bit of an insight, another insight towards this competition. So, as we can see, the committee boat, the race crew, just sorting out this anchor, getting sorted so we can get underway with the sprint slalom races once again. So do not go anywhere, and we'll see you very, very soon.
Microphone close to your mouth.
class flag is up, yellow flag is up, orange flag is up, and the slalom flag is up. So we are in sequence for the next slalom race coming up for the men's gold group. The wind has dropped off. It's pretty light now, but we are still racing here. Some of the women making their way back to shore already getting back to the beach after finishing their races of the day. But still, the senior men, well, just the men, the men's gold group coming up very close now. Looking at some of the comments, make sure you share this. Make sure you share the link to everyone who wants to watch, wants to support your riders. Whether you've got any fans in here, we've got some world champions, we've got Olympic champions, all racing it out here, and it's exciting stuff. So make sure you all tune in to witness the action. Javi, how's it going? Good to see you in here. Also, go Greece, indeed, Danae, having a good competition. Is this Open European Championships? Yes, we have other nations competing in this competition. We have Brazil, we have China, as you said, we have Oceania, we have lots of other nations racing it out here for training, for just competitions, whether they're going for results, because the level is so high here. It's almost a world championships how high the level is here. This is the European Championships, Continental Championships. It's a big one. Go Polo, and got some Polo supporters in here. French supporters as well. Go my guess they go on indeed. Go Manon. Manon's having a good competition as well so far. Richard, great to see you in here. Yep, so update I gave just a little bit earlier. So we've had, so far today, we have 3 course races already. The Upwind, Downwind sprint, the Upwind, Downwind course. 3 of those, which was really, really cool. Make sure you check those out after the live stream here. We had some big moments in there. We then completed 1 whole sprint slalom race through those heats, and now we are on the second sprint slalom race being completed, and we are on this heat here at the minute as they are all coming towards this start line, all really slowing up as physically possible while remaining on these foils. Luke van Opseyland down that bottom end couldn't be. Very different pumping techniques here, actually. Luke van Opseyland putting in some really fast reps, small movements. Couldn't be China 1 putting in really big movements off that sail, really cranking it, along with Nicolo Renner in here, all top 3. But look at Luke van Opseyland. He is just keeping it still. He's got that clean wind, and he is speeding it out to that first mark. But still, he feels the pressure from Nicolo. He feels the pressure from Kunbi and every single other one of these riders. So, you know, there's no slouching around. There is no relaxing from Luke van Opseyland here, because they are all fighting. He does round at that mark in first place, though. Indeed, there it is. Nicolo Renner in second, and Kunbi in third place position. Nicholas Guard in fourth. Andy Brown in that 5th place, but it's all very close together within it there. Luke van Opseyland just having a look at the drone there, leaning out from that sail. He's straight back onto the boom, and he is straight back pumping, as still he feels the pressure. Nicolo Renner is hot on his heels, along with every single other one of those riders. It's very light out there, though. I think it's probably under 10 knots or so now, but it is still pretty wavy. So that's one thing that all these riders have to think about. Staying on the top of those waves, getting the push there, then that extra push. And still, it's sunny. It's sunny. So these riders need to make sure that they pace themselves as well. These races are around 5 to 7 minute races. Short, sharp, but, you know, they're working full gas within those minutes. But you've got to make sure that they don't work over those, over their capacity. Otherwise, you know, they might be fully gassed for that next race that is coming up soon. But look at these big bits of swell coming through. Some big lumps coming through as Luc van Opsieland is in the top of one of those. Just backed off it now, going a bit further off to the right. Kunbi has taken that second place off of Nicola Renner, who is in third now. And there is that bottom mark. After that, it will be 2 final reaches. Luc van Opsieland putting in his jibe, closely followed by both Kunbi and Nicola Renner in those top 3 positions. Nicholas God in 4th and Rory Meehan in 5th, having a great race so far here. Will he be able to remain in this top 5? It is very close for that 4th and 5th position there. Rory and Nicholas all cranking out. Nicholas taking a lot of a higher line there, getting straight back on that wave and trying to shoot right down over the top of Rory and give him that dirty wind. And it's looking like he might have executed that well. How's the jibe from Luke? It's good. It's safe. That was a pretty stylish jibe, I think. Couldn't be a great jibe. He timed that. He timed it perfectly with that wave, along with Nicola Renner. First and second on our screens at the minute for this race number 2, the slalom heat. Race number 2 for the slaloms. Second slalom race, and this is one of the heats within this race, and it is Luc van Opsieland in that yellow bib going towards that finish line with the pink helmet, with the yellow bib, looking behind him to Kunbi, and Luke is happy. He hits that boom out of pure glee. Pure glee it must be. Kunbi in that second place. Luc van Opsieland hitting the boom in pure glee. He must be happy with Kunbi. Oh, that's pretty good. As all the rest of those riders coming towards that line now. British rider there, Andy Brown. Switzerland 63, Elia Colombo Stas in there. France 3-1-2. And there we have it. Top 5 of that race. Just done there. That is Luc van Opsieland picking up the win. A great show of athleticism there. You know, even through those general recalls, he picks up that win. Got the speed, he's happy. Kunbi in second from China. Heat 2 coming up for the men's golf fleet. Here now, race number 13, and this is the second. Oh my gosh, holy moly, absolute carnage in there. Absolute carnage. Yeah, that was definitely a false start, I think. Definitely a general recall there. I hope they're okay. Oh, big crash. I really hope they're okay. Someone's just checking their foil there. Maybe a bit of collision there on the foils. You know, this can happen. They are all pushing to the max. Just giving their foils a double check to see if it's all okay. I think that's Mattia and Val Ertzen. Sancella. I didn't see it perfectly. I only saw the splash afterwards because I was really concentrating on that top pack that were going through, and then half of that pack just stopped. And then I saw out the back these two have a bit of a collision. I really hope they're okay. They look physically fit, so that's a good start. That's a great start. But these things can happen, you know. This is a pretty extreme sport at the end of the day. Flying fast, flying super fast above the water in the sea. And then you add that with lots of other people around you, flying fast with nature, you know. Things can happen. Crashes can happen. Collisions can happen. And all we can hope for at the end of the day is that everyone is okay. And it looks like everyone is okay here. Possibly okay, well, even though they had a collision of equipment, it looks like they're all okay as well, which is great to see. Great to see. And probably there'll be they'll have a silver lining. They'll have a silver lining because that was a general recall, so they will get to have a rerun within that race, along with all those other riders. No, not all those other riders. All the other riders that weren't over that start line. So, like in all the previous general recalls, we will get confirmation who was over that start line. It will be written on that whiteboard. Hopefully we'll have a C there. They will be disqualified, and we will get underway with that rerun of the race. So we'll come back to you very soon. Do not go anywhere. We are back in the game, We are. Yellow flag is up, class flag is up, so men is on. We also have the black flag up on the boats, signifying that we are inside the last 2 minutes before we get underway yet again with this heat. We've had a fair few general recalls now. Just because everyone is pushing that start line just a little bit too hard. Meaning that they have gone over that start line, and a fair few of them now have been disqualified. But we are into the next rerun of the race. The wind is pretty light now. It's really dropped off, probably under 10 knots or so. But still, the waves are coming through. We've got a lot of coach boats waiting just below that start line. And we are inside of the last minute now. Last minute. All the riders starting to foil. Foiling very early, actually. Very early indeed. Just getting ready. Val Erdzen in the front at the minute. He did have that crash before, but he's looking like he's still all okay, as all the rest are starting to go towards that start line now. Matthias Isaac down that bottom end, but who is right at the bottom? Kieran Badlow is in there. Who's coming through? Matthias Isaac. Oh, what a start from all of those riders here at the minute. Kieran Badlow down that bottom end, putting in some huge pumps, but just above him is Matthias Isaac. And the rest of that pack up the top are so close, literally centimetres separating each and every one of them. Kieran Badlow down that bottom end decided to go for a little bit of an deeper line, trying to get that clean wind. Italy 5 in there as well, Luca Di Tomasi, but it is Matthias Isaac showing that he had the best start there, and he also has the speed. Italy 8 auto in amongst of it there. That is Luca Di Tomasi. Netherlands 9 crossed in 3rd, and in 4th, 5th and 6th are all very close together. Leonardo Tomasini is in there, Max, Johan, all in amongst of it there. Also Mattia now there as well, Sebastian in amongst of it, all riders, and Federico maybe not having the best start of his race so far. He was hoping for Valerton in that 12th, Gaspard in at 10th, but out in the lead it is Matthias Isaac, but they are so pushing hard. Matthias maybe jibing a little bit later than the rest of the pack there. Hopefully he doesn't get in that dirty wind of Johan, Luca and Leo, but it's looking okay. It's looking very okay because Matthias continues to pump. He continues to defend all the way to the very end. He defends until the end. Until the ends. Defends until the ends. Matthias Isaac on our screens at the minute. Where is that ley line? Luca in that 2nd place at the minute. And in 3rd and 4th, it's looking like Joost has come back into it. Leo in there, and also Johan. Look at Johan's speed, though, actually. He's going for it. He's really going for it. Could he be overtaking? Could he be snatching out that 3rd or 4th place? It's looking very close. I think he might have done it. He's only gone and done it. I think he's gone over the top of Leo there, possibly. I think he has indeed. Where is that line? It is so close between these top 2 riders there. A little bit of a, not the most comfortable jibe there from Matthias Isaac, but he manages to hold it along with Luca Di Tomasi. But definitely, Matthias came out with a better jibe there. Was there a bit of rules being played there? I think there might have been. Matthias definitely had the room inside line there, so he is good, but also Luca's good, but Johan's definitely coming too. Johan is fighting against Luca here. Matthias Isaac going for his final jibe, but 2nd and 3rd is going to be close. Johan's trying to get that inside line, but Luca just absolutely shuts the door to Johan, so Luca still remains in that 2nd place. 2nd and 3rd is still pumping. It's looking like they're gaining a little bit on Matthias Isaac here, but Matthias Isaac is still comfortable. He's got several board length of 2nd and 3rd place here. He is just holding towards the end of the line. Luca Di Tomasi having an expert jibe within his position there. Any room that he left, Johan would have snatched it right off him, but no, Luca holds it all the way to the finish, along with Matthias Isaac crossing crossing that line in 1st place. Matthias Isaac with the wing, followed by Luca Di Tomasi and Johan So. Leo in that 4th and very close as well between Joost and Kieran, 5th and 6th. And there we have it. The top 5 of that race just done there. Matthias Isaac winning, Luca Di Tomasi 2nd, Johan So in 3rd, Leo and Joost finishing off that top 5. And we are straight back over to the next race upon us right now. They're all starting 5-10 seconds to go, where they already, all of them starting to just slow up a little bit, and now comes the acceleration as they all go towards that line, hopefully at the 0-0, hopefully a lot of them just stopping, just literally a second, less than a second, a little bit early, but it's looking all good so far. Definitely out in the middle, that middle pack had a great start, and you can just see perfectly how that pack on the right just got absolutely shafted by the pack on the left, by that dirty wind. They got really messed up by them just because they didn't manage to hit that start line on the go with full speed. And here is our top back straight away. Yun is definitely in that position at the minute, but Tom, his teammate, is really pushing as well. Tom Arnaud, both French riders right neck and neck towards that first mark. Not much separate, literally a board length between them both, like exactly the same, but a board length physically separating each other. Tom Arnaud definitely had some speed on that first little stretch of the upwind though, downwind, sorry, and giving Yun a bit of dirty wind there. So Tom takes the lead so far. Thomas Vardemont in third, and Gray Morris straight up there in fourth, as always, right in the top bit. Tom Ruveny in there. Matt Barton also around that top five or so, having a good race so far. How is it looking? It's looking light, it's looking wavy, and it's looking pretty hard out there. They are working as hard as they possibly can just to retain their lead. You know, there's not much more to go for these races out here on day number 4 of the European Championships. So they're just pushing to the end. They're pumping to the end of every single race towards the end of the day. Because this is where some races, some competitions, some goals can be made or lost. So, still, these riders are some of the best in the world. This is the European Championships, but we've got people from all around the world here, so the level is high. France 152. Tom Arnaud in second at the minute, but let's keep our eyes on Thomas Vardemont, Israel 30. I can't quite make out where he is on the course at the minute. There's Israel 60 of Tom Ruveny, but where's Thomas? Oh, maybe a little bit further down, as it is still Tom Arnaud in first. Oh, very close here indeed. Yun Pulakwen maybe not quite having the mark rounding he was hoping for there, meaning that has opened up a possibility for Tom Ruveny, and Tom Ruveny takes it and snatches the lead off of second. That is one of those situations where literally it was just the tiniest mistake that Yun made there, and Tom just executes it, just takes it, uses it, and snatches that lead off of Yun. But still, Yun is having a great day so far. He's had some top races right at the top in these slaloms, so for sure pushing him right back up the rankings, which I'm sure he'll be very happy about. In the lead, still, it is Tom Arnaud, Tom Ruveny in second, and Yun Pulakwen in that third place position. And there is Tom Arnaud with the shades, with the pink hat, with the guns out. He is shredding all the way to the finish. A little look back, see how good he is. I'm off. Yeah, right. Who's calling it? The phone is down because Tom Arnaud has just come across that finish line in first place. He is winning this race. Bosh! And he wins it. Game on for Tom Arnaud. Tom Ruveny in that second place, and Yun Pulakwen in third. And going over to the top 5. Tom Arnaud winning that race with a pretty epic celebration there. He was loving it, and he should love it because he picks up the win. Tom Ruveny in second. Tom Arnoux in first. Yun Pulaguen in third. If I got both Toms in first. Hope I got the second. That's Tom Arnoux and Tom Ruveny. Race 13 up on us at the minute. For the women, heat number 1 is underway, and they're all deciding to jibe off now, let off the gas, because I think it is another general recall. We'll just wait for confirmation though, because they're still racing out in the front. Isla Watson and Jenny Roberts, Marion Coudrier also in there, Daniela Pelec, and it is a general recall. I thought it was. Got lots of general recalls out on the course at the minute, showing that, it's they're still going though. They're still going for it. Maybe they're having a look back. Yeah, it is a general recall indeed. Yeah, we can see that flag up on the boat there. So whoever was over that start line again will be disqualified from that race, and then we will rerun the race. So do not go anywhere, and we'll see you very soon. And there we have it. Confirmation for who was over that start line. France 1-8, Mexico 28, France 1-1, New Zealand 50, GBR 667, and Israel 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 riders over that start line. Tough, but they're all pushing. You know. Sometimes when one pushes, you have to push two, because you know, if you're second row, if you're in some dirty wind, if you're in used wind from someone else, you know, you got no chance. You really do have no chance. So you need to always make sure that you are out in front. However, not too much in front, not so much that you're over that start line. However, 6 of those riders just pushing it a little bit too much. So 6 riders less in this heat. Let's see what it brings. Coming up very, very soon. And we are on to the next rerun of the start coming up very soon. Johan So with that blue bib, just checking that time on our screen there. And there is that start line. Now, draw a imaginary 9 from that boat, exactly at that green, orange flag to that yellow mark. That is our start line. And there's some nice waves coming through, it looks like. Jerry, one of the coaches, going through, shredding the gnar. Looking good, looking good. But what is going to look better is the iQFOiLers very soon on our screens, coming from left to right, now right to left on our screens as they're starting to get their timings right, hitting that start line on the 0 and at full speed. Some big waves coming through though, isn't it? The wind's dropped off. The waves are going, and iQFOiLers are absolutely sending it now down that bottom end. A really good start, definitely the best start. Medea Falcione having a, if it's clear, yes, it is clear, and she had amazing start there, putting herself in the best position possible to lead this race so far. All the other riders in there at the minute down that bottom end. It is Medea Falcione, Israel 216. Tamar Steinberg in amongst of it there. Isla's in there. France 57 is in there. Helene. They're all going towards that mark. And it is Medea Falcione crossing that first mark in first place, having the best start, and she managed to hold it. Helene Noesmoen in second place. Tamar in third. Pilar La Madrid. I mean, they're all in it now, aren't they? They're all in it. Amy Bright is on our screen there. Isla Watson there as well. All these riders, not much separating them at all. It is so close. Now, here is where all those tactical decisions make the biggest differences. Where are they going to jibe? Where are they going to go on the course? And when are they going to put in the biggest pumps they possibly can? Isla Watson is here. She's just put in a big pumping stint in there, and now just leaning off, but still pumping. As soon as they stop pumping, have a little think, and then you just pump some more. Getting that extra speed downwind, getting that extra angle towards that first mark to make that course as short as possible. China 7, in there. In amongst of that top 5, it's looking like 6th at the minute, but it's very close between all of these riders. Tamar in the lead though. Where's Medea Falcione? She's dropped a fair bit on that leaderboard at the minute, but something must have happened if she does cross around that. We'll see where she is. If she climbs straight back up super fast, that'll mean that... Oh, okay, I think that is Medea on the left of our screen there. That means maybe she just went a little bit too far on the right side of the course. Where is it? And it is Tamar, but that ley line is looking so close at the minute. Will they be able to make it? I don't think Tamar's going to be able to make that ley line, but it is Helene Noesmoen on the top of that wave. Tamar does make it, actually. She catches that wave, and she rounds that bottom mark in first place. Helene Noesmoen in a close second now. Just from catching that wave, she has gained so much, so she is still in the contention. She's on the back of a wave there. She's gaining. Oh, that was a big battle for that fight there. Yeah, and we're back to it. It's all down to this last jibe mark. Who is going to have the best jibe? Tabar is on the top of waves there, but Helene Noesmoen is right on her toes. Helene is looking like she's going to go for an in-wide, out-tight jibe here. Tamar on the top of a wave here, just gaining as much glide as she possibly can. Oh, okay, that was a very, very wide jibe from Helene there. I think that has just allowed Tamar to extend her lead on there. But still, Helene Noesmoen in that second place overall. Medea Falcione just losing her lead on that downwind, but still inside of that top 3. There's Tamar Steinberg. She has raced incredibly in this 5 to 7 minute race, this downwind slalom race. Having a very good start, top at that reach. Then on the downwind, having a great downwind and just defending masterclass on that final mark and on that downwind. She nearly didn't make that ley line, but she got aided. She put in the pumps and she worked hard to make it, and her work pays off and she wins that race. Helene Noesmoen in second place. Very good result there. And in third place, Medea Falcione. In fourth, Amy Bright. In fifth, Yongqi Li from China. V in sixth. Isla Watson in seventh. They all cross the line now. Quite pretty light out there, eh? It's pretty light. Nice finish boat there. All taking those results, filming that finish, so they make sure they get those results correct. Also got that media boat there bringing you all the action, and we also have all the drones bringing you action here. Tamar Steinberg winning that race. What a score from her there. A masterclass of racing from her there. It wasn't all plain sailing. She certainly had some work to do, but it paid off. Helene Noesmoen in second and Medea in third. And we are straight up to Heat 2 for the women coming up. Race 13, the slalom. How is it? Where is that start? Oh, that's their first mark even. That is their first mark. So we've gone straight into the action of the next race. Absolutely no dawdling around at all. Well, these iQFOiLers, they're getting on it. They're getting fast. They're getting speedy. And there's no waiting around for these girls. Absolutely sending it. Emma Wilson, somewhere in that top 1 or top 2. Who rounded that one in first place? Could be Marta Maggetti. Yes, it is Marta Maggetti, I think. Well done. That is very good. Italy 157 in the lead there. Emma Wilson in a close second place. Only 14 meters separating her from that first place. So it's going to be a fight. Wenqi Li in third place. China 17. Shahar Tibi in fourth so far. And Maya Gisler in fifth. Emma Wilson is pumping though. She is last year's world champion. Could she be doing it again later on this year? She'll hopefully be starting with a European Championship title so far, and she's in a good place position at the minute, second within this slalom race, hopefully making that medal race on that last day to have a shot at getting that European Championship title. But still holding that lead is Marta Maggetti, Italy 157, flying high on the foil, leaning back from the sail. The outhaul is off, the sail is powerful, and she is holding the wind engine. How's the jibe? Almost a lay-down jibe there, really getting that sail far away from her so she can maintain that flow over the equipment, and she pumps out of it. She pumps and pumps and pumps till she's on the top of that wave, and she can have that glide through towards that finish. There is that last mark, her penultimate mark, and she rounds it. All good, and she is on her penultimate reach until that finish. Leaning out from the sail, getting that uphaul. Oh, it's pretty a little bit sketchy because it's so wavy out here. Trying to stay high up on the foil, trying to get that mast up right, and trying to go over those waves is certainly a big ask, but they are showing us exactly how to do it. Emma Wilson, last year's world champion. Marta Maggetti, the 24 Olympic gold medalist. We have some incredible riders on our screens at the minute. Absolutely insane. But in this race, it's looking like Marta Maggetti is just managing to clinch the lead in this race. Coming towards that finish in that first place position, flying high on the foil. She's just trying to stay safe now. Trying to stay safe, trying to stay defensive. And so she does. Got the sunglasses. Got the helmet. She's cruising. She is defending. And she is winning all the way towards that finish. Leaning out from the equipment. Flying high. She is absolutely cranking. There is no stopping Marta Maggetti. She goes towards that finish with her hand off. Just to have a little bit of a release. She wins that race. Emma Wilson in second place. And in third, very close between Shahar Tibi and Wenqi Li from China. Sarah Venekers in fifth and Maya Gisler in sixth. I think there's going to be a lot of moving around in the results here at the minute, actually, because there's some people who are like right at the top of the rankings coming into today. Maybe not quite having the racing that they've been hoping for. And also some people who were maybe not having the best ranking. Not having the ranking that they were hoping for anyway coming into today. And they've been having some great races. Most notably Yun. Yun's been having some really, really good races. So, I think there's going to be a lot of mixing around with the results after the end of today. Here we have the race for the women complete. Top 5. Marta Maggetti with the win. Emma Wilson in second. Wenqi Li in third. Shahar Tibi in fourth. And Sarah Venekers in fifth. The waves are on. We've got some surfers out now. They're probably jealous of all the iQFOilers who are going super fast compared to them out on the water. And there's the beach. There is Portimão. It's a lovely white beach. We got it's a lovely place, Portimão, Portugal. We were here last year for the under-23 Worlds and now here for the Senior European Championships. This place is dreamy. The sun is shining. We've got beach volleyball. We've got beach football. We've got that volleyball court is just in front of the tents. Now, it's amazing organisation here on Portimão. We're literally just on the beach, but with some really big tents for all the riders to store their equipment. And it is been incredible. An awesome day here for day number 4 of the 2026 iQFOiL European Championships. If you've missed any of the racing today, make sure you watch it back. We've had course racing, we've had slalom, we've had it absolutely all here. An exhilarating day. So make sure you watch this live stream back, you watch the highlights back from the previous days, you check out the website for all the latest results, and you check out the social medias for all the latest updates and interviews from these riders. Tomorrow is the last day before the medal races, so the pressure is on, the excitement is on, and it's going to be another awesome day of iQFOiling. So, we'll see you there. My name's Rafty Reed. This has been day number 4, and we'll see you tomorrow.